திருவாக்கும் செய்கருமம் கைகூட்டும் செஞ்சற் பெருவாக்கும் பீடும் பெருக்கும் உருவாக்கும் ஆதலால் வானோரும் ஆனை முகத்தானைக் காதலால் கூப்புவர்தம் கை. ஏதுமிலா எளியோனையும் ஒரு ஆளாக்கிய என் மாதா பிதா குரு தெய்வமே, நான் ஓதி உணர்ந்ததை இங்கு கோதிலாது உரைத்திடவே உங்கள் பாதமலர் பணிந்து பரவுகின்றேன், அருள் தருக. தெய்வச் சேக்கிழார். Temples made of granite and Tamil devotional poetry are the pillars which have been supporting Saivism in south of India. The 12 Tirumurais form the most important group of such Tamil poetry. Of these 12, Periyapuranam, the 12th Tirumurai, has its own significant role in the sustenance and growth of Saivism. This was composed by Sekkizhar, who hailed from Kundrathur in Tondainadu. Sekkizhar was born in the 12th century in a well-to-do farmer's family, and the name given to him at his birth was Arulmozhi Thevan, and to his younger brother Paul Ara Vayan. However, Sekkizhar, the name of his family, Kulapayar, only stuck to him. His having hailed from a cultured, pious family and acquired a vast spectrum of knowledge, it is no wonder that he drew the attention of the then Chola king Kulothunga Solan. He promptly pulled him away, made him his chief minister, and named him Uttama Sola Pallavan. Sekkizhar proved to be a capable administrator and a wise minister. Being a devotee of Shiva, he got attached to the Lord of Tirunakeswaram. Not only did he renovate this temple, he also built one in his own hometown, Kundrathur, and named that temple too as Tirunakeswaram. The kingdom was being administered admirably well. There was no fear of any invasion. Thanks to the fertility of Cholanadu, the people had plenty to live on. With this situation around, and having nothing much to do, the king and his subjects took to merrymaking and entertainments that catered mostly to their 5 senses. The king was obviously enamored by Tiruttakkadevar's Sivaga Sintamani, a Jain epic that gives graphic details of the amorous exploits of Sivagan, the hero. He was slowly becoming an addict to listening to such stories, much to the dislike of the chief minister Sekkizhar. சிவகதைகள் பல இருக்க அவகதைகள் கேட்கிறாரே என்ற வருத்தம். He was keen to wean him away from this detestable taste. He started narrating to him the tales of Nayanmars in a captivating manner, right from Thillaival Andanar to Tirunilakanda Yalpanar. The king was soon diverted. No, not just diverted, but made to develop a keen interest in those glorious didactic episodes of Nayanmars. His interest soon became so intense that he commissioned Sekkizhar to expand Thiruthondathoggai and Thiruvandadi and create a worthy epic elaborating on the countries, places, traditions, names, and services of the Nayanmars for the people at large to read, follow, and benefit by. அவரவர்கள் நாடு, அவர்கள் இருந்த ஊர், வந்து அவதரித்த திருமரபு, திருப்பேர், செய்த சிவசமய திருத்தொண்டு, உடைத்தாய கதை கற்க நிற்க தப்பில் பெரும் காவியமா விரித்துச் செய்து தருவீர். As opted by the minister, the king sent him to Thillai with all the support facilities that he needed. Sekkizhar went to Thillai Ambalavar straight and fell at his feet to bless him with the opening words and obstacle-free completion of the work. அடிகளே, உனது அடியார் சீர் அடியேன் உரைத்திட அடியெடுத்து இடர்கெடுத்து அருள்வாய். The Lord obliged him with உலகலாம் as the opening words. Thus started the great work on the great people. The king was keenly following up the progress And when he heard that the magnum opus on the servitors of Shiva was successfully completed, he rushed to Thillai. As ordained by Thillai Ambalavar through his divine voice, Valava, nee idai kadidu kel. The king was happy to announce to the priests, heads of mutts, the scholars, and the public of the sacred presentation of Periyapuranam with annotations by the author Sekkizhar himself. The presentation started ceremoniously and concluded with another colorful ceremony at the end of 1 year. The king aptly crowned Sekkizhar with the title Thondar Seer Paravuvar. He also took him out on a procession on the back of an elephant along with his work. As a fitting finale, the king fell at the feet of Sekkizhar, took his blessings, and left him back at Thillai. Sekkizhar continued to live at Thillai and meditated on the lives of Nayanmars till he reached the lotus feet of the good Lord Thillai Ambalavar. This is the hagiology of Sekkizhar, who wrote the hagiologies of all the 63 single servitors and 9 group servitors. Let's now look at how Sekkizhar went about his work. Having been the chief minister of the kingdom, he had access to all the archives. He also traveled widely to most of the places and temples where the Nayanmars were said to have lived and visited, studied the edicts and epigraphies on palm leaves, copper plates, and temple walls, listened to the legends and lores, sieved out the grain from the chaff, and diligently converted the information so collected into a beautiful epic. However, he desisted from including any flights of imagination or fables just to fill the space where the hagiologies of some adiyars were pretty brief. The original, or the Thogai Nool, is Sundaramurti Nayanar's Thiruttonda Thogai. This contained only 11 verses to talk of 60 single servitors and 9 group servitors. This brilliant brevity was then expanded into 89 verses in the derivative Bagai Nool, Thiruttondar Thiruvandadi by Nambiyandar Nambi. This in turn was turned into an epic with over 4,200 verses. But then, how could the 70-odd loose stories spread over a period of 1,000 years be sewn into a seamless epic? That's precisely where the artistry and mastery of a poet of Sekkizhar's caliber lies. Firstly, he made Sundaramurti Nayanar almost the hero of the epic by letting his hagiology run through several episodes. Secondly, he prefixed the Thirumalai Charukkam at the beginning and suffixed Vellanai Charukkam at the end, both of which are not found in the original or the derivative works. Thirdly, he made Ubamanyu Munivar in Kailayam to tell the pre-birth story of Sundaramurti Nayanar in flashback. These innovations and the poetic skills of Sekkizhar give Periyapuranam the character and color of a complete epic. As for the structure, Sekkizhar divided Periyapuranam into just 2 cantos, or Kandangal, and 13 chapters, or Sarukkangal. His style is simple and sober, in keeping with the humility of the adiyas that he sang about. That takes us on to some of the distinguishing features of Sekkizhar's Periyapuranam. He has fallen in line with the concepts love is God and service to mankind is service to God. Taken Tamil right into the sanctum sanctorum of temples for performing archanas. Popularize the view that worshipping adiyars is equivalent to worshipping Shiva himself. Emphasize the importance of individual character and discipline. Thanimanida Olukkam Tavaramai made his women unhesitatingly argue for their justifiable rights. Introduced even modern revolutionary concepts like Satyagraha, trusteeship of wealth, anti-untouchability, etc. To sum up, Sekkizhar has convincingly shown to the world that even a simple form of devotion, Eliya Bhakti, or service, Siriya Thondu, but persistently done at any cost, is adequate to reach the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. Let us therefore cherish this treasure of ours, Periyapuranam, a document of Hindu religious history, a literary masterpiece, and above all, a great devotional tool. Let us also pay our obeisance to this great poet who has since been deified as Deva Sekkizhar. Manunidi Cholan. Tiruvarur is one of the most important among the holy places of Saivism, second only to Thillai. This is the place on the streets of which Lord Shiva himself walked up and down in midnight to help his friend Sundarar. Hence, Sekkizhar, choosing Tiruvarur as the capital location for his epic, in which Sundarar is said to be the hero, is quite understandable. But then, why did he introduce the episode of Manunidi Cholan, which is not in Sundarar's Thiruthonda Thogai, the original? This query is answered by Sekkizhar himself through the judgment given by the king Manunidi Cholan at the end of the episode. Tiruvarur was one of the 5 capitals used by Chola kings. There lived a Chola king, Manunidi Cholan, who was unfailingly following the paths prescribed in Manunidi, a book on dispensation of justice, written by the great legislator saint Manu. Manunidi Cholan was a fair and compassionate king to all living beings. Mannil Valdar Mannuyirkkellam Kannum Aviyum Am Perum Kavalan. He had a son named Vidividangan. He was also pretty pious and quite accomplished in holy scriptures as well as martial arts. Deiva Kalaibala Tirunda Odiyavan. One day, as is customary with such young princes, he was charioteering on the royal road of Tiruvarur. Ahead and behind him were other chariots. The procession went on till it was interrupted by a baby calf that, like a bolt from the blue, suddenly ran into the wheels of the prince's chariot and was run over. Ambunitraavin Kandru or Abayatin Udubohi Sembunin Terkal Meed Visayinal Sellapatte. The worried prince got down and hurried to the priest for expiating the sin. Meanwhile, the grief-stricken mother cow ran to the palace gate and rung the big bell Araichimani with its horns to draw the attention of the king. Porkoil Vail Punnani Maniyai Chendru Kotinal Pudaitadu. The ministers apprised the king of the unfortunate accident. Here is one of the best narrations of Sekkizhar to display the tact of the ministers. Your son, Nin Pudalvan, was at the deck of the chariot with bells, Mani Nadunthir, and charioteering at a controlled speed, Aravil Pongal, on the royal road along with others. The calf suddenly ran into the rear wheel of the chariot and was run over. The king asked for the remedy. The minister suggested some rituals prescribed by the holy Brahmins for those who had killed the cows. கோவதை செய்தார்க்கு மறை அந்தணர்கள் விதித்த முறை வழிநிறுத்தல் அறம் என்றார். That was not acceptable to the king. He drew their attention to the cardinal duty of a king, namely protecting all his subjects, including animals, from the harm that could be inflicted on them by himself, by his relatives, by his enemies, by thieves, and by other living beings. இடையூறு தன்னால் தன் பரிசனத்தால் ஊனமிகு பகைத்திறத்தால் கள்வரால் உயிர் தம்மால் ஆன பயம் ஐந்தும். He was upset with them that they were looking at the problem only from legal and personal points of view and not from the point of view of justice to all. He asked them, how could these remedial rituals bring solace to the grief-stricken cow? He finally came out with his own judgment that he, the father, should suffer the same misery as the mother cow of the dead calf was suffering. Idu tanadur peridar yanum tanguvade dharmam. He ordered that the prince be taken to the same road and place and be run over by the same chariot. Seeing the reluctance of the ministers and the commanders around, and one of them even killing himself, he himself did the job to the shock and surprise of his subordinates and subjects. But then, this drastic action of the king was approved by those in heaven with a showering of flowers on him. Vidivadanga Peruman, the Lord of Thiruvarur, appeared with his consort Umayammai mounted on the divine bull and gave darshan. This is not all. At that moment, all the three who were dead, the calf, the prince, and the minister, got their lives back and stood up. Sekkizhar concludes the episode saying, "If the Supreme Being itself decides, is there anything that cannot be done? முன்னவனே முன்னின்றால் முடியாத பொருள் உளதோ?" Sundaramurthy Nayanar. Sundaramurthy Nayanar, one of the four revered saints of Saivism, is considered to be the hero of the grand epic of Periyapuranam. His life sprawls over several chronicles of Periyapuranam. Sekkizhar narrates his eventful hagiology in flashback through the utterings of Saint Ubamanyar. Alasundarar was a personal attendant of Lord Shiva in Kailayam. One day, when he was picking flowers in the garden, he cast his roving eyes on two bewitchingly beautiful maidens of Parvati Devi, Kamalini and Anindidai. They responded too. On his return, the omniscient Shiva promptly ordained him to be born again in South India and return after enjoying the love life with these two maidens. Madarmel manam vaithanai, ten puvi meedu thondri, அம்மெல்லியலாருடன் காதல் இன்பம் கலந்து அணைவாய். But Alasundarar had one request to make. மையல் மானுடமாய் மயங்கும் வழி ஐயனே தடுத்து நீ ஆண்டருள்வாய். When, as a human, I am about to fall into any delusion, please do intervene and redeem me. Accordingly, Alasundarar came down from heaven and was born to devout Brahmin parents, Sadayanar and Isaignaniyar, in the village of Tirunavalur in Thirumunaippadi region. He was named Nambi Arurar. The baby grew up to become a smart kid. Narasingamunayar, the chieftain of the region, got enamored of the kid, and with the consent of the accommodative parents, he adopted him as his own son. The boy grew up in the palace amongst the riches of the king, but still keeping within the traditions of the Vedas. Mannavar Thiruvum Vaidiga Maravum Maradu. At the appropriate age, his marriage was fixed with the daughter of Sadangaviyar. While the rituals of the wedding were under progress, Lord Shiva, who never forgets a promise made, appeared there in the disguise of an old man, intervened, stopped the wedding, and redeemed Nambiyarurar. Sekkizhar's narration of this exciting episode is indeed fascinating. Lord Shiva, with his consort, gave him darshan, named him Vandondan, and asked Nambiyarurar to sing his praise in Tamil. Archanai பாட்டேயாகும் ஆதலால் மண்மேல் நம்மை சொற்றமிழ் பாடுக என்றார் தூமரை சொல்லும் வாயார். Nambiyarurar set out on his pilgrimage, singing the glory of the presiding deity at every temple. En route, he was given Tiruvadi Deekshay by the Lord of Tiruvadigai Veerattanam. He reached Thillai, or Chidambaram as it is now known, and worshipped the Lord of Cosmic Dance. While he was experiencing the boundless bliss of Nataraja, he heard the divine voice telling him to go to Thiruvarur. Vandundar might have forgotten why he was born on earth, but the Lord had not. Yes, Thiruvarur. That's where he was given the privilege of companionship by Tyagesar, the presiding deity. And that's where he met and married Paravayar with the help of the Lord himself, who played the role of a messenger. It was, of course, Kamalini of Kailayam who was reborn at Thiruvarur as Paravayar. It was at Thiruvarur again that he was asked by the Lord to sing the glory of the galaxy of his servitors, Adiyargal, with the leading line, Thillai vaazhandunarthum adiyarkkum adiyen. That's how Thiruthondattogai, which lists the names of 60 single servitors and 9 group servitors, and which also formed the basis for Periyapuranam itself, came into the annals of Thevaram. Sekkizhar then goes on to give graphic descriptions about Sundarar getting heaps of paddy at Kundayur and bricks of gold at Tiruppugalur. Then he narrates the tale of Sundarar getting 12,000 sovereigns of gold at Tirumudukundram and, as advised by the Lord, depositing them into the river Manimuttaru there and collecting them back from the tank of Tiruvarur. செடு மணிமுத்தாற்று இட்டு இப்பொருளினை முழுதும் ஆரூர் குளத்திற்போய் கொள்க என்றார். Sundarar continued his pilgrimage and singing hymns about the deities at each of the temples he worshipped at. He visited Tiruvattiur, a famous Sivasthala, where he met Sangiliyar, as was preordained. She was none other than Anindidai of Kailayam, reborn into this world. After getting tricked by the Lord himself into giving a promise that he would never leave her, he got married to her. But his love for Tiruvarur Tyagesar made him break the promise, and as a consequence, lost the vision in both his eyes. தாம் செய்த சபதத்தால் முன் அடிகள் தோன்றாது கண்மறைய மூர்ச்சித்தார். Sekkizhar then tells us, in a manner that's most touching, how Sundarar continued his pilgrimage and got back his vision in the left eye at Kanjipuram and in the right eye at Tiruvarur. Again, thanks to the strange friendship that he had with Tyagesar, he got reunited with Paravayar. Then Sekkizhar narrates the enchanting episodes of Sundarar befriending Yeyargoon Kalikkama Nayanar and Seraman Perumal Nayanar, of river Kaveri at Kandiyur splitting itself to let him cross, of getting back alive the boy swallowed by a crocodile at Tiruppugalur. While Sundarar was at Thiruvanjakkalam, he realized that he was not happy with this worldly life anymore. He sang, வெறுத்தேன் மனை வாழ்க்கையை விட்டொழிந்தேன். In the decade, தலைக்கு தலைமாலை அணிந்ததென்னே பதிகம். Lord Shiva ordered Brahma and others to get their Ooran back to Kailayam mounted on a white elephant. நம் ஊரனை உம்பர் வெள்ளானையின் உடனேற்றுச் சென்று கொண்டு இங்கு வாரும் என்று அயன் முதல் தேவர்கட்கு அருள் செய்தார். The white elephant came to Thiruvanjakkalam and Nambiyarur was taken back with all honors to Kailayam, and he once again became Alala Sundarar, the attendant-in-chief of Lord Shiva. This is the hagiology, or a brief biography of Sundaramurti Nayanar, who composed 100 decades or padigams with 1026 verses, which form the 7th chronicle of the sacred 12 chronicles of Saivism, Panniru Saivat Tirumureigal. Sundarar is the one saint who stood as a stunning example of the Sahamargam, the path of companionship, one of the 4 paths to attain mukti. Yeyargoon Kalikkama Nayanar. Kalikkamanar was the chief of army of the Chola kingdom. He was also the head of a family called Yeyar Kokudi in the village by name Tirupperumangalam. Like all others in this Periyapuranam, he too was a devotee of Shiva. திருப்புங்கூர்க்கு அதிகமாயின திருப்பணி அநேகமும் செய்து நிதியமாவன நீரு உகந்தார் கழல் என்று துதியினால் பரவி தொழுது இன்புறுகின்றார். Yes, he undertook the sacred job of building several temples in his territory, and what's more, he considered the holy feet of Lord Shiva alone as his very wealth. Sundaramurti Nayanar was not only a contemporary of Kalikkamanar, but also had an important role to play in his life. Sundarar was known for worshipping Lord Shiva through his path of companionship, Tholamai Markam. With the help of Lord Shiva, he got married to a comely woman, Paravayar, and lived with her happily at Tiruvarur for a few years. He then started on his pilgrimage. During his visit to Tiruvattiur, he met Sangiliyar as was preordained. After getting tricked into giving her a promise that he would never leave her by the Lord himself, he got married to her. He did live with Sangiliyar in blissful happiness for some time. However, he couldn't resist for long the temptation to go to Tiruvarur and see Tyagesar.
One night he stepped out of Tiruvattriyur and, alas, lost his sight in both the eyes, for he had then broken his oath to Sangilya. Undaunted but upset with his companion Lord, he continued his pilgrimage, praying for regaining his sight at every temple en route. Thanks to the grace of Mother Uma, his left eye got the vision at Kanjipuram, and to his own companion Lord, the right eye also got the vision at Thiruvarur. And now he wanted Lord Tyagesar to help him get back to Paravayar, who was obviously far too angry with him. The lotus feet of Lord Tyagesar had to walk the streets of Thiruvarur twice during the thick of night to mediate and bring them together. What an errand for the Supreme Being, and what a limitless compassion that he had for his devotees. Tirupperumangalam was only about 50 kilometers away from Thiruvarur. News travelled fast enough even in those days. Kalikamanar was shell-shocked to hear of this episode. He was justifiably angry with Sundarar for this act of unprecedented indignity imposed on the Lord by him. He made his protest known to everyone and said, "இதனுக்கு உள்ளம் கம்பியாதவனை யான் முன் காணுநாள் என்னாள்." Sundarar in turn heard of this violent reaction of Kalikamanar and, as usual, sought the help of his companion Lord to bring about a compromise between them. The Lord willed that Kalikamanar should suffer from colic and that Sundarar should go up and cure him. Kalikamanar got the colic, and while he was suffering, he heard the divine voice say, "Vandunai varuttum soolai vandondar thirkilendri mundura oliya." Unless my devotee Sundarar comes and cures this colic, it will not go. The message added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, as advised by the Lord, Sundarar was already on his way to the residence of Kalikamanar, who certainly did not want this to happen. So, Kalikamanar decided to cure the disease himself. He dug deep into his stomach with his dagger and pulled the painful intestines out. Both his life and the pain ceased to exist. Kalikamanar's wife, a woman of inconceivable greatness, decided to follow her husband's path. But by then, Sundarar had already arrived at the door. The wife abandoned her plan and instructed her people at the palace to extend him their customary welcome. But Sundarar could feel within himself that something had gone wrong. On his insistence, he was quickly taken to the chambers of Kalikamanar, where he saw him lying in a pool of blood. Realizing that he was the one who was responsible for this calamity, he pulled out the dagger and was sticking it into his own stomach. With the grace of the Lord, Kalikamanar got up alive and held the hand of Sundarar. Both of them fell on each other's feet and remained as close friends for a long time to come.
களரிற்றறிவார் நாயனார் என்ற சேரமான் பெருமாள் நாயனார். This is the episode of a great but lesser known servitor of Shiva. Perumakkodayar of Kodungalur was a descendant of the royal family of Chera Kingdom, or Kerala as it is now known. Yet he chose the path of devoted full-time service to the Lord of Thiru Anjakkalam, for he thought, "உலகின் இயல்பும் அரசு இயல்பும் உறுதியல்ல." Both the worldly life and the royal life are impermanent in nature. Sengol Porayan, the ruling aged king of Chera Kingdom, decided to quit and take to Vanaprastham, the third level of one's life. The ministers therefore approached Perumakkodayar to take on the crown. Perumakkodayar took it on, but only after getting the consent of Anjakkalathu Appan. The Lord also blessed him with a special capability to understand whatever is said by anyone or anything, among other gifts. Yavum yarum kalarinavum ariyum unarvu. This was how Perumakkodayar became Kalaritru Arivar. While Kalaritharivar, mounted on the royal elephant, was returning to the palace after the coronation at the temple, he saw a person with a total white exterior in front of him. Thinking that the person was a Sivanadiya, the king climbed down and prostrated before him. The washerman, who was carrying the white fuller's earth over man that had melted all over his body in the rain, was shell-shocked. He asked the king, "Whom did you take me for, your majesty?" "This slave is a humble washerman." The king replied, "This slave is the humble Cheran." This was the humility of Kalaritharivar, or then Cheraman Perumal. Along with dispassionate discharge of his duties as the king, he continued his routine worship of Lord Nataraja with all the rituals. The Lord was so pleased that he made it a point to let him hear the tinkling of his holy anklets at the end of his puja every day. பூசைக்கு அமர்ந்த பெருங்கூத்தர் பொற்பார் சிலம்பின் ஒலி அளித்தார். Sekkizhar then graphically narrates the episode of a poor poet Panapathirar of Madurai bringing a message from Lord Sekkizhar and returning home with a number of gifts from Cheraman Perumal as desired by the Lord. The next and the most important episode in the life of Cheraman Perumal is his close friendship with Sundaramurti Nayanar, the author of Thiruttondattogai and one of the celebrated triad of Thevaram. This was brought about by the Lord of Thillai himself. Cheraman Perumal was one day so disappointed at his not hearing the tinkling of the holy anklets at the culmination of his puja that he decided to stick his sword into his chest. But the Lord of Thillai wouldn't obviously let his ardent disciple do that. He hurriedly made the anklets tinkle and tinkle a lot louder this time. But then, "Why were you so late today? Mun seyyadu olindadu yen?" was the question from the rightful Adiyar. The Lord replied, "Sundarar was singing our praise with such devotion that we had to stay back and listen to him, and hence the delay. Vandundar ஒன்றும் உணர்வால் நம்மைப் போற்றி உரைசேர் பதிகம் பாடுதலால் நின்று கேட்டு வரத் தாழ்த்தோம்." This prompted Cheraman Perumal to reach out and strike an everlasting historical friendship with Sundaramurti Nayanar. He set out to go to Thiruvarur. En route, he visited Thillayambalam. Standing before the Lord of cosmic dance, with wet eyes, melting heart, and quivering lips, he sang the celebrated Ponvanna Thiruvandadi right there. At Thiruvarur, he stayed with Sundaramurti Nayanar, enjoyed the hospitality of Paravayar, and they went on a pilgrimage to several Saivite temples. One such place was Madurai, where all the three kings, King of Pandiyanadu, the King of Cholanadu, and Cheraman Perumal, the King of Cheranadu, met together, which was indeed a rare occasion in the history of Tamil Nadu. He returned to Thiruvanjakalam, accompanied by Sundaramurtiyar. After some time, Sundaramurtiyar went back to Thiruvarur with all the gifts so carefully packed and sent by Cheraman Perumal. Not long after, Sundarar suddenly left Thiruvarur and got back to his friend Cheraman Perumal at Thiruvanjakalam, who was only too happy to receive him. There again, while Cheraman Perumal had gone out of the temple to have a holy dip in the tank, Sundarar appealed to Lord Shiva to take him back. Promptly Shiva sent him his white elephant. When Cheraman Perumal returned, Sundarar, mounted on the elephant, was already on his way to Kailayam. Unperturbed, Cheraman Perumal jumped on the horse standing nearby and said something into the ears of the horse. The horse flew. Lo and behold, he was right behind Sundaranar when he reached Kailayam. But the sentries detained him at the gate. In response to the fervent plea made by Sundaranar to Lord Shiva, Cheraman Perumal was let in, but was questioned as to why he went there without any invitation. "Ingu nam alayamai nee eidiyadu en," pat came the reply from Cheraman Perumal. "I was just hanging on to the holy heels of Sundaranar, and they only brought me here, but I now have a request to make to you. You must listen to the Thirukailaya Jnana Ula that I have
composed out of my ardent love for you." The Lord, his consort, and the rest heard it with rapt attention and honored Seraman Perumal by retaining him as the head of all their attendants. Kananathargal at Kailayam. The service of Seraman Perumal continued for years and years to come.
Nayanmar Puranam. At the end of his list of 60 Nayanmars, Sundaramurti Swamigal had referred to his parents just by way of paying his respects to them. Sekkizhar, on his part, thought it fit and relevant to give a place of honor to all the three of them, the hero of his epic and his two parents. So he included their names in the list of Nayanmars, and that's how the number of Tani Adiyars went up to 63. Nevertheless, Sekkizhar has just one verse covering this sterling servitor. He says, Sadayanar was the father of Nambiyarurar, who befriended Lord Shiva. Thambirani Tholamai Kundu Arali made him go as a messenger to his lady in love, Kumbanarbal Urutudu Sella Evi, and became a close friend of Seraman Perumal. However, Sekkizhar refers to Sadayanar a few times in Thaduthat Konda Puranam. Sadayanar hailed from a family that's hereditarily devoted to Shiva. Madaru Paganarku Vali Vali Adimai Seyyum Vediyar Kulathul Thonriya Membadu Sadayanar. During the childhood days of Sundaramurti Swamigal, Narasingamunayar, the king of Thirumunipadi, saw him while playing in the streets with toy chariots. He was so impressed with the kid that he went straight to Sadayanar, the father, and sought his permission to informally adopt the boy and bring him up in the palace like his own son. Arasalam Kumararku Yerpa Anbinal Mahanmai Kondar. He grew up in the palace in keeping with both traditions, that of the king and that of the Saivite Brahmin. When he attained the age of marriage, Sadayanar fixed up a bride matching to his family in all respects. Tandayar Sadayanar tam Tanithiru Maharku Saiva Andanar Kulathul Tangal Arum Perum Marabukku Yerpa Seppivitar. Thus, Sadayanar discharged his holy duties as a father of a divine son in an admirable manner and continued with his service as a Sivacharya, performing puja to the Lord 3 times a day, Muppodum Thirumeni Thirunduvar. Isaignaniyar Puranam. Isaignaniyar was the devoted wife of Sadayanar. Uriya Perumai Sadayanar Urimai Selva Thirumanayar. She was the exalted mother who gave birth to the one who was affectionately enslaved by Lord Shiva himself. Adiya Purangal Eid Adithar Anda Nambidhanai Payandar. Sekkizhar himself expresses his inadequacy as well as that of others to speak in praise of her. Iriya Kulathil Isaignani Pirattiyarai Yen Siru Punmoliyal Puhala Mudiyumo Mudiyadu Evarkum Mudiyadu. If he cannot, what could we say except that we mentally fall at the feet of this noble soul and seek her blessings? Narasingamunaya Nayanar Puranam. Narasingamunayar was the righteous king of Thirumunipadi. He considered the sacred ash as the supreme wealth. Madaga Manikandar Tirunire Manam Kolvar. While he won many a battle, he was persistent in his faith that service to temples of Shiva and Sivanadiyar was the most sacred job in this world. He was keen to enlarge and protect the properties of the temple even at the risk of his own life. Ana idayar uyir thurakka varungeninum avai kaathar. Thiruvadirai is the star Nakshatram attributed to Shiva. Hence, on every Thiruvadirai day, Narasingamunayar, after performing special pujas, received Sivanadiyars, gave them 100 sovereigns each, and fed them too. Neeraniyum Tondar Anindarkellam Nihal Pasum Pon Nur Kurayamal Alithu Innamudu Nuharvipar. On one of those Thiruvadirai days, along with other Adiyars, there was one wearing sacred ash but with a diseased naked body, to the discomfort of the rest. But as a contrast, Narasingamunayar went closer to him, talked to him quite respectfully, and gave him twice the usual number of sovereigns. Yes, 200 sovereigns, and saw him off. இரட்டி பொன் கொடுத்து மேலவரை தொழுது இனிய மொழி விளம்பி விடை கொடுத்தார். Sekkizhar says, Narasimha Muniyarayar gave this special treatment only to ensure that people should not end up in hell by showing contempt towards people without nobility of conduct but wearing the sacred ash. சீலம் இலரே எனினும் திருநீறு சேர்ந்தாரை ஞாலம் இகழ்ந்து அருநரகம் நண்ணாமல் எண்ணுவார். What a noble thought. Of course, we also know that Narasimha Muniyarayar was the fond foster father of Sundaramurti Swamigal. Narasimha Muniyarayar continued his noble service till he reached the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. Perumilalai Kurumba Nayanar Puranam. Kurumbar was the chieftain of Perumilalai. He was a devotee of Shiva and his servitors. He was engaged in the service of feeding Sivanadiyas and giving them the gifts that they had in their minds. Yes, with the grace of the good Lord, he had the intuitive power to foresee what they wanted. Munnam unarndu செய்வாராய் முதிரும் அறிவின் பயன் கொள்வார். When he heard of Sundaramurti Swamigal and his great work on Adiyars, namely Tiruttonda Togai, he mentally took him as his preceptor and started meditating at his flowery feet. சித்து நிலவும் திருத்தொண்ட தொகை பாடிய நம்பியை பணிந்து நித்தன் அருள் பெற்ற அவர் பாதம் நினைக்கும் நியமம் தலை நின்றார். He also worshipped him with his thoughts, words and deeds. கையால் தொழுது வாய் வாழ்த்தி மனத்தால் நினைக்கும் கடப்பாடு. As a reward for chanting the name of Nambiyaroorar daily, the 8 yogic powers, Anima and others, had come to him. One day, through his yogic vision, he realized that Sundarar was going to Tiruvanjaikalam and was planning to go to Kailayam. He couldn't even think of living in this world after the departure of Sundarar. Vandondar நன்னற்கரிய திருக்கையிலை நாளை எய்த நான் பிரிந்து கண்ணற்கரிய மணி கழிய வாழ்வார் போல் வாழேன். He thought that would be like people living after losing the pupils of their eyes. He decided to reach Kailayam even before Sundarar did. He brought all his 4 instruments of knowledge together, 4 karanangalum ondraki, and using the yogic means that he had already accomplished, Kurumba reached the feet of the Lord in Kailayam earlier than Sundarar. மூல முதல்வர் திருப்பாதம் அணைவார் கைலை முன்னடைந்தார். This episode has 2 special features. The first one is that Kurumbar was one Nayanar who chose to worship Sundaramurti Swamigal and Adiyar of Shiva, keeping in line with the concept of Adiyarkum Adiyen. The second feature is that Kurumbar was the only other Adiyar who used his yogic powers, the first one being Tirumular. Togai Adiyargal. This part of Sekkizhar's Periyapuranam pertains to the group servitors. There are 9 groups. A collective name has been given only to each of the groups. No individual servitor has been named. The categorization is based mostly on the kind of service rendered and partly on the places to which they belonged. This is an innovative, open-ended part of Periyapuranam to include additional adiyars as and when they surface, for there is no end to people transforming themselves into adiyars. This would give an opportunity to include under these groups great servitors of the past who were not listed then, like Manikavasagar, Tirumaligai Thevar, Sendan Amudanar, Karur Thevar, etc., and those of the present like Vallalar, Pattinatthar, Kribanandavariyar, etc. Thillaival Andanar Purana. These were the Brahmin servitors of Shiva residing in Thillai or Chidambaram as it is now known. Sekkizhar quite understandably starts his episode by paying his obeisance to Thillai Nadarajar, who blessed him with the opening words Ulagalam for his magnum opus Periyapuranam. He tells us about their disciplined way of life, Marila Olukkam, expertise in 4 Vedas and 6 subsections, Arumarai Nanginodu, 6 Angam, 6 vocations அறுதொழில் ஆட்சி, 4 paths ஞானமே முதலா 4, and all about their total devotion to Thillai Nadarajar. He also tells us about their unfailing righteousness, sense of pride, patience, and determination. We will get to know more about these laudable qualities in the episodes of Tirunilakanda Nayanar and Kootruva Nayanar. Sekkizhar concludes saying, "Would it be possible at all for me to sing the praise of these great people about whom Lord Thiyagesar of Thiruvarur himself had sung and gave the opening line, Thillaival Andanardam Adiyarkum Adiyen, to Sundarar for composing his Tiruttonda Thogai." பொய்யடிமை இல்லாத புலவர் புராணம். Sekkizhar says, பொய்யடிமை இல்லாத புலவர் are those poets who believed that the clarity of diction they had, the vision they had acquired through great books, and the resultant realization of the supreme truth were only for surrendering at the holy feet of the Lord Shiva, and lived accordingly till they reached his lotus feet. செய்யுள் நிகழ் சொல் தெளிவும் செவ்விய நூல்பல நோக்கும் மெய்யுணர்வின் பயன் இது. There is also a disputed version that this refers to Manikka Vasagar, who has not been otherwise enlisted under the category of single servitors. Pattarai Panivar Puranam. These are the Adiyars who had totally devoted themselves to the service of Shiva, his Adiyars, and his temples. They were always overwhelmed by ecstasy whenever they saw anyone earnestly worshipping Shiva or heard anyone singing in praise of Shiva. Irrespective of their state, they never forgot the lotus feet of the Lord who dances at Thillai. அங்கணனை அடியாரை ஆராத காதலினால் பொங்கி வரும் உவகையுடன் தாம் விரும்பி பூசிப்பார். பரமனையே பாடுவார் புராணம். According to Sekkizhar, பரமனையே பாடுவார் are those poets who realize that the core subject of all devotional songs, be they in Tamil or Sanskrit or any other language, is only the dancing Lord Shiva, and sing them with such melody, rhythm, and devotion that they become one with the song. தென்தமிழும் வடகலையும் தேசிகமும் பேசுவன மன்றினடை நடம்புரியும் வள்ளலையே பொருளாக. சித்தத்தை சிவன்பாலே வைத்தார் புராணம். Without going into the esoteric meaning of the verse and to put it in simple language, சித்தத்தை சிவன்பாலே வைத்தார் are those adiyars who have seated Shiva in their minds and thoughts all the time. நாதாந்த தாரணையால் சிவத்தடைந்த சித்தத்தார். திருவாரூர் பிறந்தார் புராணம். As Lord Shiva himself tells in the episode of Naminandi Adigal, all those who are born in Thiruvarur, irrespective of their caste, are those who were attendants of Shiva at Kailayam. திருக்கையிலே வீற்றிருந்த சிவபெருமான் திருக்கணத்தார். So, Sekkizhar says, those who devotedly worship these people born at Thiruvarur would certainly get closer to Lord Shiva. It may be recalled that there are 4 holy places in India that give redemption from rebirth. Visiting Thillai, or dying at Varanasi, or thinking of Tiruvannamalai, or being born at Thiruvarur gives one this redemption. But we do realize, while the first 3 are under our control, the 4th one is not. That's why those who are born at Thiruvarur are said to have the grace of Shiva in plenty. முப்போதும் திருமேனி தீண்டுவார் புராணம். முப்போதும் திருமேனி தீண்டுவார் are the priests of Shiva temples or Sivacharyas who bathe and adorn the Lord with their hands and perform puja thereafter in the specified manner at least 3 times a day. முப்போதும் அர்ச்சிப்பார் முதல் சைவராம் முனிவர். This opportunity generally comes to one through heredity. முழு நீர் பூசிய முனிவர் புராணம். முழுநீர் பூசிய முனிவர் are those who adore the sacred ash as Shiva himself and wear it with reverence. They are as pure and blemishless as that ash itself. They speak nothing but the truth. They have overcome all three taints, mummalangal. Secular also gives a graphic description about the three different kinds of sacred ash, karpam, anukarpam and ubakarpam, the methods of making each of them, and the most desirable method of wearing the sacred ash. Appalum Adicharndar Puranam. This is a typical example for the large-heartedness of Saivism. Appalum Adicharndar includes all those Adiyars who live outside the Chera, Chola, Pandya kingdoms, as well as those who lived before and will live after the Adiyars listed under Tiruttondattogai. Tiruttondattogaiyil கூறும் நல் தொண்டர் காலத்து முன்னும் பின்னும் அடிச்சார்ந்தாரும் அடிச்சார்ந்தார் தாமே. Tirunilakanta Nayanar Puranam. Probably because of the fact that Tirunilakanta also hailed from Thillai, Sundarar had given him the second place after Thillaival Andanargal, Brahmins of Thillai. Sundarar had included in his compilation of Shiva devotees people from all professions, all strata of society, and all levels of literacy. Tirunilakanta was from the lower caste of people making pots and plates out of clay, Kuyavanar or Vedkovar as Secular called them. He was an ardent devotee of Thillai Nadarajar, living a righteous life with his charming, chaste wife and doing service to Sivanadiyar in his own limited way by making and distributing alms bowls made out of clay. Ulamagil Sirappin Odu Nalgum Tondu. His devotion to Shiva was so passionate that the one word that he uttered all the time was Tirunilakantam, the Lord with a blue tinted throat. And that's how he himself got the name Tirunilakandar. Life never continues to be so happy and contented. He fell a prey to his own temptation and transgressed his loyalty to his wife. Ilamai meedura inbatturayil eliyaranar. Secular couldn't have phrased this unfortunate episode in a more dignified manner than this. His wife, of course, like every other wife, was quick to discern his deviation. Upset with this undesirable conduct, she said, I swear in the name of Tirunilakandam that you should not touch us. Yemmai Thirunduvirayin Tirunilakandam. That was enough and more for Tirunilakandar to stay away not only from her but also from all women, for she had said us and not me. Yemmai என்றதனால் மாதரார்தம்மை மனத்தினாலும் தீண்டேன் திருநீலகண்டம். But their life continued in all other aspects and in the same house, yet their neighbors knew nothing about it. Years and decades rolled over. The youthful Potter couple became old. Valamuru ilamai ninga vadivuru mooppu vandadu. This abstinence, this determination must be held before the world as a model, thought the good Lord Shiva. He promptly took the guise of a Shiva yogi, stood in front of Tirunilakandar's house with an alms bowl in his hand. He left it with Tirunilakandar for safekeeping. He claimed that the bowl was a matchless one and would purify anything that's put into it. But alas, when the yogi returned after some time and asked for his bowl, Tirunilakandar couldn't find it. He offered to replace it with the ones made by him. Punninal amittadayinum kollom. Even if it is made of gold, we won't take it. The offer was rejected outright. The yogi complained of misappropriation, and Tirunilakandar on his part pleaded innocence. The yogi wanted Tirunilakandar to hold the hand of his beloved son and take a dip in the holy tank to prove his innocence. Kadal un mahanai patri kulathil moolhippo. Later, he condescended and said, if you don't have a son, hold the hands of your wife
மையறு கற்பின் மனைவியின் கரம் பற்றுக. Poor Tirunilaganda was caught in a jam. The yogi took Tirunilaganda to the bunch of Brahmins at Thillai for adjudication. After listening to both sides, they decided in favor of Shiva Yogi. Left with no alternative, Tirunilaganda went home, brought his wife to the temple tank, held one end of the stick he used to hold while walking, gave the other end to her, and was about to take a dip. The yogi still objected, for there was no physical contact between the two. At that moment, Tirunilaganda had to declare to the yogi, to the adjudicators, and to the rest of the world, the vow taken by his wife and their total determination to live the way they had lived till then. They dipped into the tank, and when they came up, the yogi wasn't to be seen, and what's more, the aged couple had turned into the youthful couple that they had been before the unfortunate incident took place. That was not all. They and all the others who were present at the tank were given darshan by Lord Shiva with his consort mounted on their divine bull. And the tank in which the Potter couple took the dip in Thillai temple is still there and now known as Ilamayakinar Kulam, the tank that gave youthhood. Yerpagai Nayanar. Yerpagayar, a rich merchant, lived in Kaviripum-Pattinam. His devotion to Shiva was indeed so phenomenal that he considered himself only to be a trustee of his property and family. In fact, he firmly believed they really belonged to Lord Shiva. Thus, when a Shiva yogi came to him and begged for his wife, Yerpagayar had no hesitation whatsoever. He readily gave her away. This was apparently a terrible act in the Tamil country, which held the virtues of a wife in high veneration. At the request of the Shiva Yogi, Yerpagayar even escorted them through the forest, arming himself with a shield and a sword. All the relatives of the couple obviously objected, but to no avail. Violence followed. Yerpagayar inflicted a terrible carnage on his own people. He then requested the Shiva Yogi to take his wife and move along. He also accompanied them further till the yogi gave him leave to return home. He turned around. Just when he started his journey back, he heard the cries of the yogi. Yerpagai Muniva Olam, Yundini Varuvai Olam. Yerpagai, help me. Come here, help me. Yerpagayar promptly came back, running and shouting, I am coming. If there be anyone still left and obstructing you, he will be a prey to my very same sword. He swiftly reached the spot. Only his erstwhile wife stood there. The yogi was not to be seen. But then, mounted on the divine bull, the good Lord Shiva appeared with his wife, Parvati, on the skies beyond, and bade his ardent devotee Yerpagayar, Nanniya Manayodu Nammudan Podha, come to us with your dear wife. Along with this blessed couple, all their relatives too attain the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. This certainly is an apparently shocking tale for our times, when a wife is no more a piece of one's property. Yet, Yerpagayar's episode has a significant place in the annals of single-minded devotion to Shiva. Ilayankudi Maranar. Chola kingdom was well known for its fertility and agriculture. Ilayangudi was a small village in this kingdom, and Maranar was the headman of this fertile village. He was known for the exemplary hospitality that he always extended to the devotees of Lord Shiva, and for that matter, to all his guests. He would go to the doorstep to welcome them with smiling face, folded hands, and soothing words. He and his wife would then feed them with Undi Nalu Vidathil Aru Suvai Thirathinil, the customary 4 dishes made to 6 different tastes. Maranar continued to soak his guests with such surprising hospitality, for he was quite rich. But what would he do if his situation changed from plenty to poverty? Shiva pretty well knew Maranar would still continue his hospitality at any cost. But how would the people at large know? Meyyinal allal nalguravana bodilum vallar என்று அறிவிக்கவே Lord Shiva decided to make this fact known to the world. Thus unfolds yet another episode of Shiva. In keeping with the divine will, Maranar progressively became poorer. Mallal neediya selvam mella maraindadu. Maranar and his wife had nothing to eat one night. It was pitch dark outside and rain was pouring. Maranar heard a knock at the door. On opening, he saw a devotee of Shiva standing there fully soaked in rain. Maranar received him with his customary cordiality, gave him a piece of dry cloth to wipe his wet body, and offered him a plank to rest. And now, how and what to feed him? Maranar asked his wife. Being a resourceful woman, she reminded him of the paddy seeds that they had sown in the field that morning. A farmer considers it a dreadful sin to feed on his seeds, and more so if he has to recover the just sown seeds back from the field and cook them. Yet, driven to the wall, Maranar had no hesitation at all, for feeding the hungry guest was more important for him than following any such dry principle. In the thick of night and slashing rain, Maranar rushed to the field and brought back the wet paddy seeds. A portion of the thatch shed was pulled down for dry firewood. Sprouting greens in the backyard were plucked out. The skillful hands of his wife turned the wet seeds into cooked rice and the sprouted greens into different side dishes. The meal was thus made ready. Maranar went to wake up the resting Sivanidiyar, only to see on the spot a rising stem of blinding light. Maranar and his wife stood shell-shocked. Right then, they heard the divine voice say, Anbar பூசை அளித்த நீ அணங்கினொடும் என் பெரும் உலகம் எய்து. My beloved devotee, come to my abode and enjoy the fruits of your hospitality. Isn't this episode of Ilayangudi Maranar a lucid example for the couplet in Tirukkural, Selvarindhombi Varivirundu Paathiruppar Nalvirundu Vaanattavarku? One who is awaiting a new guest after attending on the departing guest is a welcome guest to those in heaven. மெய்ப்பொருள் நாயனார். சுந்தரர் said, வெல்லுமா மிகவல்ல மெய்ப்பொருள்க்கு அடியேன். To மெய்ப்பொருள், who was well versed in the ways of winning, servitor I am. மெய்ப்பொருளார் was the pious chieftain of the Maladar tribe in a village called Tirukkovulur. He always followed the path that was righteous and did deeds that were glorious. தேடிய மாடு நீடு செல்வமும் தில்லைவன்றுள் ஆடிய பெருமான் அன்பர்க்கு ஆவன ஆகும். He firmly believed that all the wealth that was bestowed on him truly belonged to the Lord of dancing. He benevolently shared them with the needy and the poor. He was such an ardent devotee of Shiva that he considered all Sivanidiyas are his relatives, and what's more, he readily accepted anyone wearing the symbols of Saivism, the holy ash, the Rudraksha beads and matted locks, as the Meipurul, the Supreme Being itself. Muktanathan, a neighboring chieftain who was always jealous of him, tried his best to defeat him in battles, but he failed, using all modes of war that were fair. Knowing the one weakness of Meipurulaar, he finally decided to adopt deceitful means. Meipurul Vendan Seelamarind Venneeru Saathum Apperuvedam Kundu. He disguised himself as a Shiva yogi and walked into the gates of Meipurulaar's palace. The innocent guards worshipped him and let him in. But he was stopped by the shrewd personal guard Dattan at the chieftain's chambers. Yet he forced his way through, saying that he has a special scripture to be given to his master. In this scramble, the queen got up and woke up Meipurulaar. He saw the Sivanadiyar and extended his customary welcome to him. Muktanathan repeated what he said to Dattan. Ungal Nayaganar முன்னமுரைத்த ஆகமநூல் மண்மேல் எங்கும் இல்லாதது ஒன்று கொண்டு வந்தேன் இயம்ப. But he wanted privacy to pass it on to him. Meipurulaar promptly asked his wife to withdraw to her chambers. When they were thus left alone, Muktanathan swiftly pulled out the small dagger hidden inside the dried leaf roll that he held in his hand and stabbed him. Meipurulaar was bleeding profusely. Watchful Dattan, who was suspecting the motive of the intruder, leaped into the room and was about to smite Muktanathan with his sword. But Meipurulaar, who had such great respect even for the guise of a Sivanadiyar, stretched his hand out and dissuaded Dattan, saying, Datta Namar. Datta, he was one of us. This was not all. Meipurulaar was still the victor when he ordered Dattan to escort the Shivayogi till he safely left his land. Dutiful Dattan did what he was told, although reluctantly. He came back and reported the safe exit of the yogi. Meipurulaar thanked Dattan profusely. Before breathing his last, he told his wife and others around him, Paraviya Tirunitru Anbu Padugathu Uipir, to cherish the love of the sacred ash. But then Lord Shiva gave this distinguished servitor of his darshan with his divine consort and also granted him mukti, the rare privilege of reaching and staying at his gracious feet.
Servitors of Shiva had always put devotion to Shiva or to his adiyas on top of everything else in their lives and had adhered to their avowed objectives at any cost. We shall now look at two such servitors. Manakkanjara Nayanar Puranam. Manakkanjarar hailed from a head farmer's family in a village then called Kanjar. He was also the chieftain of the king's army. Appadiyil Kulapadi Arasar Senapadi. He was like the reserve treasure saved for rainy days. Vizhmiya Vedan Kudimai Vaipanaya Menmayinar. He was wealthy yet humble. Being a devotee of Shiva, serving the servitors of Shiva was his avowed objective. While he was intuitively taking care of the wants of adiyas even before they asked for, he had one want himself, a child. The ever-compassionate Lord obliged him with a lovely daughter. Sekkizhar's narration of this baby girl growing into a pretty maid of marriageable age in just 3 verses is quite racy but very elegant. Manakkanjarar happily agreed to give her in marriage to a matching groom, Yeyarkon Kalikhamar, who later became a Nayanar himself. Sindai Mahulvura Uraithu Mana Nerந்து Selavittar. The evening before the marriage day, Manakkanjarar and the household were getting ready to receive the bridegroom. But before that, the Lord, who was always in the mind of Manakanjarar, arrived there taking the form of a Maviradiyar, one of the 4 subsects of Saivism. In keeping with this form, among other unusual adornments, he was wearing a sacred thread made of strands of human hair known as Panchavadi across his chest. Maivanda nira kesa vada poonu nool. Delighted Manakanjarar fell at his feet and received him with all serenity. The holy visitor wanted to know what the auspicious festivities were for. Utra sayal mangalam ingu oluguvadu yen? And the reply was, Adiyen petradoru porkodidan vaduvai, the marriage of my beloved daughter. Quite understandably, Manakanjarar brought up his daughter all dressed up for the wedding. She fell at the feet of the Maviradiyar, who saw her long, black, beautiful tresses. While she was getting up, Maviradiyar said, "Oh, the hair of this girl would serve us as a Panchavadi. Anangu ivaldan mayir namakku Panchavadikku aam என்றார்." Manakanjarar promptly pulled out the sword from his waist, cut the hair of his beloved bride-to-be daughter, and handed it over to Maviradiyar. While everybody around was dumbstruck, Maviradiyar disappeared from the scene, only to reappear on the sky with his consort and bless Manakanjarar and his family, who fell at his lotus feet. Meanwhile, the bridegroom Yeyargun Kalikkamar reached the spot and was disappointed that he missed the opportunity. But consoled by the divine voice that he would get one too, and the fact that his bride got back her hair, he went ahead with the wedding, and all was well then. Viranmenda Nayanar Puranam, Malaynadu or Kerala as it is now known, was full of riches from the deep sea, the fertile land, and the prosperous hills. Viranmendar, a servitor of Siva with a unique difference, hailed from a farmer's family, Velan Kulam, in a place called Tiruchengundur in Malaynadu. Having attached himself to the lotus feet of Lord Shiva, he renunciated all his other attachments. Sivanar செய்ய கடல் பற்றி எப்பற்றினையும் அற எறிவார். He set on a pilgrimage to all the holy places of Siva. In this journey, he arrived at Thiruvarur and somehow decided to settle down there. He would first go to Devasriyan, the hall where all the servitors of Siva stayed and meditated, and pay his obeisance to them before going and worshipping the deity inside the temple. He would then come back and join the assembly. One day, while sitting there, he saw Sundaramurti Swamigal, said to be a close companion of Siva, walking straight into the temple without paying his obeisance to the Adiyars resplendently assembled in Devasriyan. Viranmendar was totally upset, for it was not in keeping with what he thought was the right act of a servitor. "You are excommunicated. Vandondan Purahu," was the immediate reaction of Viranmendar. What's more was that he didn't stop at that. He went further and said, "Not only you, the Lord who accepted you as his servitor also be excommunicated. Poonar aravum punindarkum purahu." Apparently, this reaction might seem to be quite queer, but it was born out of his conviction. And what's more, it is said that it was the good Lord himself who provoked him to utter these words, for it is this incident that made Sundaramurti Nayanar repent for what he did. The result was, of course, Sundaramurti Nayanar singing Tiruttondathogai, glorifying the 60 servitors and 9 group servitors. Sekkizhar humbly concludes the episode saying, "If this is what Viranmendar could bring about before his becoming the chieftain of Siva's attendants in Kailayam, how could I do adequate justice to him?" There are several lessons to be learnt out of the lives of Nayanmars. Here are 2 such lives which tell us about the importance of honesty, integrity, and safekeeping, and about the supremacy of pure love over ceremonious rituals. Amarnidi Nayanar Puranam. Amarnidiyar was a wealthy merchant living in Pazhayare. He was dealing in gold, gems and fine cloth and was earning a good return out of them. He, who had none other than Siva in his mind, considered that the fruits of all the wealth he had earned could be had only by feeding the servitors of Siva and giving them undercloth and kovanam, a kind of narrow loin cloth. அடியவர்க்கு அமுது செய்வித்து கந்தை கீழ் உடை கோவணம் உதவி வந்த செல்வத்தின் வளத்தினால் வரும் பயன் கொள்வார். Once, when he went to Tirunallur to see a festival, he got so enamored of the place and the deity over there that he moved with his family to Tirunallur. He established a mutt or a dharmashala to feed the adiyars. While he was continuing his service of feeding and giving kovanams, Lord Shiva decided to show to the world the good work done by his devotee and to shower his blessings on him. Thus unfolded a drama that apparently looks like an adiya being tortured. Shiva took the form of a young celibate Brahmin and appeared at the mutt of Amarnidiyar, who received him with much respect and humility and requested him to have his meal at the mutt. The holy visitor consented, but wanted to have his bath before the meal. Before leaving for the river, he left with Amarnidiyar one of his kovanams for safekeeping. He returned from the river all wet in the rain and wanted his dry kovanam back. Poor Amarnidiyar could not find it at the place where he had kept it earlier. How could he? For the Lord had already made it disappear. He offered a specially woven kovanam as a substitute. Kீறு கோவணம் அன்று நெய்து அமைத்தது. But it was turned down by the visitor. After a lot of teasing and shouting, the holy visitor agreed to accept a replacement, subject to it being equal in weight to another kovanam which he had with him. Relieved Amarnidiyar brought a scale. The visitor put his kovanam in one pan. Amarnidiyar put the replacement on the other pan. Not just one. All the kovanams he had in his stock. The pan wouldn't move at all. He put his clothes, jewels, and in fact all his belongings. The visitor's pan was still stuck to the floor. How could anything be equal to the Lord's holy kovanam? Amarnidiyar smelt something extraordinary was happening. He gave up and sought the permission of the visitor to ascend the pan with his wife and son. The visitor condescended. Amarnidiyar, his wife, and son went around the pan, chanted the Panchaksharam, and prayed to the Lord. இழைத்த அன்பினில் இறை திருநீற்று மெய்யடிமை பிழைத்திலோம் எனில் பெரும் துலை நேர் நிற்க. If it is true that we have never failed in our service to the sacred ash, let these large pans come to the same level. They ascended the pan, and the needle of the scale moved to the middle. Once the total surrender took place, the object of the Lord's visit was over. He gave darshan to Amarnidiyar, his wife and son, and bade that they reach heaven using the same pan of the scale as the vehicle. Thiruneelanakka Nayanar Puranam. Here is a hagiology that pits ritual purity against maternal love and lets us know which of the two wins at the end. Thiruneelanakkar of Sathamangai village was a pious Brahmin, deeply devoted to performing pujas to Shiva, strictly as specified in Agamas, and to feeding his adiyars. மெய்த்த ஆகம விதிவழி வேத காரணரை நித்தல் பூசனை புரிந்து எழும் நியமமும் அத்தர் அன்பருக்கு அமுது செய்விப்பதும் எதிர் செய்வார். On one Adirai day, after finishing his rituals at home, he went to Ayavandiyar temple for performing puja. His wife accompanied him with all puja articles. Thiruneelanakkar finished his puja and started chanting Panchaksharam with deep involvement. Right at that time, a spider appeared on the linga. A typical mother would normally blow and spit on it to chase it away if a spider falls on her baby. And Thiruneelanakkar's wife spontaneously did just that out of pure love. இளம் குழவியில் விழும் சிலம்பி ஒழிந்து நீங்கிட ஊதி முன் துமிப்பவர் போல பொழிந்த அன்பினால் ஊதி மேல் துமிந்தனர் போக. But the Vedic Brahmin was aghast, for he deemed it as a sacrilegious act. He disowned her, left her in the temple, and went home. While he was sleeping, Shiva appeared in his dream and showed his body full of boils, except where his wife had blown and spat. The Lord assured his devotee that the cure was because of her pure maternal love. உள்ளம் வைத்து எமை ஊதி முன் துமிந்த பால் ஒழிய கொள்ளும் இப்புறம் சிலம்பியின் கொப்புள். Thiruneelanakkar was quick enough to realize his folly, rushed to the temple, brought his wife back home, and happily lived together thereafter. Sekkizhar then narrates about Thiruneelanakkar befriending Thiruஞான சம்பந்தர், playing host to him in his house, setting aside the caste differences and letting Thirunilaganda Yalpanar and his wife sleep inside his house, and finally walking into the holy effulgence that came at the wedding of Thiruஞான சம்பந்தர் at Perumanam. திருமணத் திறம் சேவித்து நம்பர் தாழ் சேர்ந்தார். However, it's a pity that we don't even know the name of that gracious wife of Thiruneelanakkar. After all, wasn't she responsible for Thiruneelanakkar being elevated to the status of a Nayanmar?
Yeripatha Nayanar. Karur was the secondary capital of Chola kingdom. Yeripathar, a devotee of Shiva, was a resident of Karur. அழலவிர் சடையான் அன்பர்க்கு அடாதன அடுத்தபோது முழையறி என்ன தோன்றி முரண் கெட எரிந்து தீர்ப்பார். He had taken it on himself to punish those who harm anyone doing service to Lord Shiva. He had also armed himself with an axe to aid him in this endeavor. Sivagami Andar, an aged person, also lived in Karur. Right through his life, he was engaged in the service of collecting and offering flowers and garlands to Pasupatinathar, the presiding deity in the Shiva temple of Karur. On the early morning of an auspicious Navami day, Sivagami Andar finished as usual his routine rituals of the morning. He was on his way to the temple with the flower basket on his shoulder. Pattavarthanam, the royal elephant, considered to be a symbol of the sovereign king in those days, was coming with the mahouts, men who mind the elephant, from the opposite direction after its bath in the river. When the elephant came close to Sivagami Andar, in a flash the elephant snatched the flower basket, tossed it up, and trampled on the garlands that fell on the ground. The scared mahouts turned the elephant away from the spot and moved fast. The shocked old man chased the animal in vain and fell down in the process. Poor helpless Sivagami Andar appealed to Lord Shiva, Yeliyar Valiyam Iraiva, Sivada, Sivada. Yeripatha, the self-appointed savior of Sivanadiyars, arrived at the scene. He soon realized the need for his axe to act. The trunk of the elephant and all the 5 men minding the animal were felled with his axe. Word soon reached Puhilcholan, the king. He, however, misunderstood that the royal elephant was done to death by an enemy. So he set out to the scene with his ministers and all his 4 regiments. There was no enemy with his army at the scene, but only an unperturbed Yeripathar, the Sivanadiyar, stood there with his axe in hand. The wise king quickly realized his misjudgment, walked up to the Sivanadiyar and said, "You must have punished the elephant and the men for some wrong they must have no doubt committed. As the king and their master, I hold myself responsible for whatever they did. Here is my sword. Please use this sword and not your sacred axe to sever my head." This act of humility, fairness, and compassion totally transformed Eripathar. He now thought it was he who had acted in haste and had therefore to be punished. So he quickly grabbed the sword, set it on his own neck, and started cutting. The king, in turn, was quick to hold the sword back with his steely hands. At this critical moment, they heard the divine voice say, "All this was ordained by the Lord of Dancing. தொழுந்தகை அன்பின் மிக்கீர் தொண்டினை மண்மேல் காட்ட, only to show to the world your ardent devotion and love." The king and Eripathar fell on each other's feet. The elephant, the mahouts, and Sivakami Andar got up alive. The basket was refilled with fresh flowers. This episode of Eripathar Nayanar exemplifies the importance of love even in hostile circumstances. Thirukkural emphatically says, "அறத்திற்கே அன்பு சார்பென்ப அறியார், மரத்திற்கும் அஃதே துணை." It is the unwise who say love is only for righteous deeds. It is equally effective even when dealing with hostilities.
All Adiyars had done something extraordinary, but some of them had even given their lives to uphold their principles. We shall now look at the hagiologies of two such servitors who were devoted to Siva, his Adiyars, and the symbols of Saivism, the matted locks, Jadamudi, and the sacred ash, Thiruneeru. Pugalchola Nayanar Puranam. Mighty Chola kings had ruled for long in Tamil Nadu with Urayur as their capital. Sekkizhar begins the hagiology with a narration on the high and limitless strength of Cholas, their traditions, and the prosperity of Urayur in several verses. Pugalcholanar was a distinguished descendant of Anabaya Solan's dynasty. He was ruling the kingdom from Urayur and at times from Karuvur, another principal city of special importance. Fairness and justice prevailed. Saivism flourished. செங்கோலின் முறை நிற்ப, அருமறை சைவம் தழைப்ப அரசளிக்கும். He created several endowments for upkeep and maintenance of Siva temples, for performing daily pujas, and for taking good care of the servitors of Siva. In keeping with the tradition, he went to Karuvur with his ministers and army chieftains. Sekkizhar recalls here the earlier episode of Eripathar felling the eared royal elephant and its mahouts, and Pugalcholan pleading to be beheaded, for ultimately he as the king was responsible for any crime in his kingdom. After paying his obeisance at the Siva temple, he arrived at the palace to receive the tributes, thirai or kappam, from the petty kings and to extend their rights to continue governance. In the process, he was asking if there was anyone who did not comply with the custom. The hesitant minister said there was one by name Adigan living in a hill fortress. Pugalcholanar ordered his army to move on and reduce the fortress to dust and rubble. The army successfully did that in a fierce battle and returned to Karuvur with several souvenirs of spears, crowns, gems, and severed heads of warriors. Pugalcholanar's happiness turned into a turmoil when he saw among those heads one with matted locks, obviously that of a Sivanadiyar. Tears rolled on from his eyes. He knew he could not bear the stigma that would no doubt come. "சீர்தாங்கும் இவர் வேணிச் சிரம் தாங்கி வரக்கண்டும் பார்தாங்க இருந்தேனோ பழிதாங்குவேன்" என்றார். He quickly made up his mind, ordered his ministers to invest his son with the triumphant crown. "வென்றி முடி என் குமரன் தனை புனைவீர்." On his part, he wore the sacred ash all over his body, carried on his head a golden plate bearing the severed head with matted locks, went around the fire clockwise, chanting the Panchaksharam, and walked with delight into the raging fire that was made ready at his instance. கண்ட சடைச் சிரத்தினையோர் கனகமணிக் கலனேந்தி அஞ்செழுத்து எடுத்தோதி மண்டுதளர் பிழம்பினடை மகிழ்ந்து அருளி உட்புக்கார். Gods in heaven showered flowers on him. Yenadinada Nayanar Puranam. Ainanur was a well-fortified town in Cholanadu. Yenadinadar, a good man of Ila clan, hailed from this town. மன்னிய அப்பொற்பதியில் ஈழக்குலச் சான்றோர் ஏனாதிநாதனார். He had unmatched prowess in fencing and hence took to the profession of teaching this martial art to people. He dedicated all the wealth earned thus to the service of the servitors. வாளின் படைப்பயிற்சி வந்த வளமெல்லாம் பெருமானடி தொண்டர்க்கு ஆக்குவார். There was another swordsman by name Adisuran in Ainanur who was also engaged in the teaching of the same martial art. He had a very high opinion of himself. Yet, he found his earnings declining day after day. The obvious result was that he developed a hatred towards Yenadinadar. Yenadinadar திறத்து ஏலா இகல் புரிந்தான். One day, he decided to fight for the hereditary right to conduct the fencing school with Yenadinadar and went to him with his proposal and his friends and relatives. வாழ்கொண்ட தாயம் வலியாரே கொள்வது என்று அழைத்தான். Yenadinadar readily agreed and a grim battle followed. Sekkizhar, having been a minister, was quite familiar with such battles. Hence, he is able to give a graphic description about every detail of the battle, at the end of which Adisuran lost and showed his back. Lying awake during the night, he hatched out a plan to win over Yenadiyar through means that were not quite fair. He sent word and invited him to fight a duel in a secluded place to settle the issue without further killing people on either side. நாட்டாரைக் கொல்லாதே நாமிருவோம் வேறிடத்து வாழ்தாயம் கொள்போர் மலைக்க வருக. Yenadinadar, unaware of the treacherous plan, accepted and went for the fight. Adisuran also reached the specified spot with his sword and the shield covering his face, which was smeared with sacred ash. The fight started, and Yenadinadar soon had a fighting chance to kill Adisuran, who was falling down. Right at that time, Adisuran shifted his shield and let Yenadinadar see his forehead liberally smeared with sacred ash that he had never seen before on his face. The instant he saw that, Yenadinadar said, "Ah, I am ruined, Kettain. Now that he has become a Siva devotee, I shall go along with this person's plot. Ivardam kolgai kurivadi nirpen." He also didn't want to drop his sword, for that would get him the dishonor of killing a disarmed person. What chivalry! He stood still with his shield and sword and let Adisuran accomplish his intention. Sekkizhar pleads his inability to proceed further except to say that Yenadinadar got all his attachments to life graciously severed by the sword of one who still viciously held on to them, and that Lord Shiva blessed Yenadinadar to be with him at heaven forever.
Kannappa Nayanar Puranam. Udupur was a hilly village in the country of Pottappi. Nagan was a chieftain of the hunter tribe that lived in this village. In keeping with their place and means of living, the chief Nagan and his subjects were quite brutal. Kol, yeri, kuttu, kill, fling, stab were the words often heard in this hill. Thanks to the special worship that Nagan and his wife Datte did to Lord Muruga, they were soon blessed with a son. Nagan named him Tinnan, for he was so strong and heavy. Tinnan grew in the same fiery surroundings that his father and forefathers did, to become a totally fearless, tough young lad. Having grown old, Nagan nominated his son Tinnan to take his place. Tinnan, dressed up and armed for the occasion, set off with hundreds of hunters for his Kannivettai, maiden hunt. Amidst the roar of wild animals and the deafening drums, deers, tigers, boars, buffaloes, and elephants were felled without any mercy. There was a crafty bow, ஒரு ஏனம், that gave a slip and started running away. Tinnan gave it a hot chase and finally managed to kill it. When he turned around, he was left with only two of his men, Nanan and Kadan. They were all obviously hungry and thirsty, for they had gone a long way away from their own place. They decided to roast and eat the meat of the boar. For water, as suggested by Nanan, they walked up to the stream Ponmugali. Tinnan saw the nearby hill and told Nanan, "Let's go up this hill." Nanan replied, "Yes, of course. And when you reach the top of that Thirukkalatti hill, there is Kudumittevar, the god of this place, and we could perhaps worship him." சேன் உயர் திருக்காலத்தி மலைமிசை எழுந்து செவ்வே கோணமில் குடுமித்தேவர் இருப்பர் கும்பிடலாம் வா என்றார். Many are the methods of God to bring his devotees to him. In this episode, he has used the poor wild boar to lead Tinnan to his shrine atop the Thirukkalatti hill. While Kadan was roasting the meat, along with Nanan, Tinnan started on what later turned out to be a holy climb. பேணு தத்துவங்கள் எனும் சோபானம் ஏறி ஆணையாம் சிவனைச் சார்ந்தார். When Tinnan reached the top, with the benevolent grace of the Almighty, he was totally transformed into an embodiment of love. And when he saw Kudumittevar, he became so ecstatic that he hugged the Swayambhu Linga. His feeling of oneness with the God was so sincere and complete that he was absolutely unhappy with what he saw around his Lord, some kind of flowers and leaves. He understood from Nanan that this was perhaps the result of the routine puja done by the Brahmin priest. In a flash, Tinnan decided to do puja to his Lord himself and in his own way. He ran down the hill, tasted the roasted meat, picked up the most tender pieces with his bow, took water from the river in his mouth, stuck some fragrant fresh flowers into his tuft, and raced up the hill. He cleared the flowers on the linga with his slipper-worn foot, spat the water from the mouth on the crown of the linga, adorned it with the flowers from his tuft, placed the meat in front of him and pleaded, "I have tasted this meat myself. It is good. Please do eat it. Isn't this innocence, devotion, and above all, this serene love for the Lord amazing?" Tinnan decided to stay back and guard his Lord during night, while his companions gave up on him and hurried out to carry the message home. Next morning, Tinnan went down to bring the holy materials for his style of puja. Sivakosariyar, the dutiful priest who came up in the meanwhile, was shocked to see what had befallen to his Lord. He promptly cleaned up the place and the linga, performed his puja as prescribed in holy scriptures, and left the place reluctantly. This ritual, in two different styles, went on for 5 days. The priest lost his patience and prayed to the Lord to put an end to this apparent evil. Smiling Lord appeared in his dream and directed him to hide himself atop a tree and watch Tinnan's real love for him. As Tinnan came up on the 6th day with his puja materials, he was shocked to see blood spurting out from one of the eyes of the linga. Worried Tinnan tried hard to stop the bleeding in vain. Then it occurred to him, "உற்ற நோய் தீர்ப்பது ஊனுக்கு ஊன் எனும் உரை. Flesh for flesh will cure all ills of the flesh." Forthwith, he plucked out his eye with an arrow and stuck it on the linga. முதல் சரம் எடுத்து வாங்கி முதல்வர்தம் கண்ணில் அப்பினார். The bleeding stopped and Tinnan was pretty happy. But just for a while, for the other eye started bleeding then. Undaunted Tinnan put his foot on the bleeding eye for identification, and was about to gouge his other eye too, when the good Lord held his hand and repeated 3 times, Kannappa, Nirka, Kannappa, stop. Gods in heaven showered flowers on this hitherto unequal devotee of the Lord. This is the rarest of holy episodes of Thunnappar becoming Kannappar. Kungliyakkalayan Nayanar Puranam. Tirukadavur was and still is one of the most fertile places in the Kaveri basin. Kalayan Nayanar, a pious Brahmin, was living in Tirukadavur. கண்ணுதல் எம்பிரார்க்கு கமழ்ந்த குங்கிலிய தூபம் சாலவே நிறைந்து விம்ம இடும் பணி தலை நின்றுள்ளார். He took it on himself to burn kungiliyam, a frankincense, in the shrine of Lord Shiva. The good Lord decided to show to the world that his devotee would continue to do this service even when his wealth vanished. In accordance with the divine will, poverty struck Kalayanar, and all his properties disappeared one after another. Finally, he was left with nothing to feed his hungry children and relatives. They went without food for 2 days. His wife couldn't bear the sight anymore. She called Kalayanar aside, put on her neck a manjal charadu, a string with a piece of turmeric tied to it, and removed her thali charadu, a trinket of gold strung on a string, the most sacred of ornaments that a married woman wears. Kodil mangalanul thali koduttu nel kollum என்றார். She asked Kalayanar to sell the thali and bring some paddy home. Kalayanar went to the market, but as luck would have it, there came a guy who was selling frankincense. Kalayanar, who was all the time worrying about his not having kunguliyam for the day's puja, was pretty happy to exchange his wife's sacred thali for a bag of incense. He took it to the temple, and soon the fragrance from the burning incense filled the holy place. Satisfied with his unfailing service, Kalayanar slept off in the temple itself. But what happened to the hungry children and the worried wife? With the grace of Lord Shiva, his house was filled with heaps of paddy, gold, and all the wealth that one would wish for. Surprised wife was obviously wise to realize that this blissful change had been brought about by the ever-compassionate Lord. She hastened to cook food for her great husband. Tham perum kanavanarku thiru amudu samaikka charndar. Meanwhile, Kalayanar woke up and heard the divine voice bidding him to go home and put an end to his hunger with a food that's sweeter than milk. Palin in adisil undu paruvaral oliga. Kalayanar and his family lived happily thereafter, with Kalayanar continuing his service of burning kunguliyam at the temple and feeding the Sivanadiyas with food that had taste and variety. Sekkizhar then comes out with the second part of the service of Kalayanar. Tiruppanandal was a village not very far from Tirukadavur. The linga is the form in which Shiva is normally worshipped in a temple. It so happened that the linga in Shiva temple of Tiruppanandal got tilted to one side. All the attempts of the king, his men, and his elephants to straighten the linga proved futile. They all got tired and were lying down. Kalayanar heard of this episode, rushed to the spot, and wished that he should also get this opportunity to try and get tired. Yanum ing ilaiputru eikum idu pera vendum. He promptly took the rope that had been wound around the Linga Tirumeni, the sacred body form of the Lord, and put the loop around his neck. He started pulling the loop that was straining his neck. How long could the merciful Lord bear such a suffering of his single-minded devotee? The linga got straightened. Onnumo Kalayanartham uruppadu kandabode annalar nere nindrar. And the immortals in the heaven roared with delight. The king and his men thanked Kalayanar profusely with palms joined. Kalayanar returned home to Tirukadavur. It was then that he got the rare opportunity of hosting Thirugnana Sambandar and Tirunavukkarasar together in his house. The devoted service of Kalayanar continued till he reached the lotus feet of his Lord Shiva. All adiyars or servitors are those who have done something extraordinary. செயற்கரிய செயல்கள் செய்தவர்கள். Yet, amongst them, there are some who have performed acts that are totally unbelievable. We shall now look at two of them. Arivattaya Nayanar Puranam. Arivattayar is the second servitor in this group. Nayanar was his real name. This rich farmer hailed from Kannamangalam, a village in Tanjore district. His daily service to the Lord of the village temple was an offering consisting of cooked rice out of red-colored paddy, red greens curry, and tender mango pickles. சென்னல் இன்னமுதோடு செங்கீரையும் மண்ணு பைந்து உணர் மாவடுவும் கொணர்ந்து அமுது செய்விப்பர். Lord Shiva, wanting to show to the rest of the world that his devotee would continue this service at any cost, made his wealth wean away. அவர் வழி வந்த செல்வம் அறியாமை மாற்றினார். Nayanar was not perturbed. He hired himself out for harvesting paddy. Out of the paddy that he got as wages, he separated out the red paddy and used it for making his daily offering to the Lord. He and his wife lived on the rice out of the short-term paddy, Kuruvai Nil. Lord Shiva persisted. He willed that only red paddy be grown in that territory, and so it was. Nayanar, on the contrary, was happy, for he could feed his Lord with more rice out of red paddy. Soon he realized he had nothing to eat. His resourceful wife offered him curry made out of greens from their backyard. As one could expect, soon there were no more greens left in the yard. She offered him water. He drank it, but his daily offering to the Lord went on undeterred. One day, when he was taking the basket with the offering to the Lord, he was feeling dizzy due to hunger. His legs faltered. His wife, who was right behind with a pot containing Panchagavyam, the 5 sacred anointments, tried in vain to hold him. In the process, the basket fell off and all the rice, greens and tender mango pickles got into the gaps in the parched field. Nayanar was totally unhappy, for he failed to feed the Lord. He promptly pulled the sickle out of his waist and started cutting his throat, for he wanted to live no more. ஒல்லையில் அறிவாள் பூட்டி ஊட்டியை அறியலுற்றார். Would the Lord allow this? Certainly not. His holy hand came out of the parched land with the sound of biting the tender mango and held Nayanar's hand firmly. All was well then, and the good Lord appeared with his concert on the divine bull and bade Nayanar to go to heaven with his wife. நன்று நீ புரிந்த செய்கை நன்னுதல் உடனே கூட என்றும் நம் உலகில் வாழ்வாய். And Nayanar got a new name, Arival Tayar or Arivattayar, for he tried to cut his throat with an Arival. Murti Nayanar Puranam. Murtiyar was a rich merchant in Madurai. Like all other adiyars, he was an ardent devotee of Shiva and was rendering service to Shiva physically by grinding and offering sandalwood paste to Alavai Annal, the Lord of Madurai temple, every day without fail. ஆலவாயில் எந்தைக்கு அணி சந்தனக்காப்பு இடை என்றும் முட்டாத பணி. Unfortunately, Madurai was invaded by Vaduga Karunadars and their chieftain became the king of Madurai. He was under the influence of Jainism and made it his business to harass the devotees of Lord Shiva. Murtiyar happened to be one of them. The king had blocked all his sources of supply for sandalwood. One day, when he was left with no more sandalwood sticks, undaunted Murtiyar said, "Though there is an obstacle today
to provide the holy sandal paste covering to the Lord, there is no obstacle to my arm being put on the grinding stone. Theikungai muttadu. And he did grind his forearm on the stone. பட்டம்திகள் பாறையில் வைத்து முழங்கை தேய்த்தார். The bleeding flesh got slit and bones got splintered. The Lord of Alavai couldn't bear it any longer. Murtiyar heard the divine voice say, "Stop this daring act out of devotional love. You will recover the country from the one who had harmed you, and after expunging all the evils that have crept in and performing your service, arrive at our great kingdom. முன்பு இன்னல் புகுந்தன முற்றவும் நீத்து காத்து பின்பு உன் பணி செய்து நம் பேர் உலகு எய்துக." So indeed it happened. The cruel king suddenly passed away, leaving no heir to the throne. The ministers, in keeping with the tradition, sent the royal elephant blindfolded round the country to select a successor to the throne. The elephant intuitively picked up Murtiyar. He accepted the offer, for he knew it was the will of the Lord Shiva himself. Yet, setting aside the traditional arrangements that were being made for his coronation, he opted for totally 3 different adornments. That is, anointment with sacred ash instead of sanctified holy waters, wearing the Rudraksha beads in place of royal jewels, and a coil of matted locks on his head instead of the traditional bejeweled crown. He thus ruled the kingdom in the name of God till he attained his lotus feet. திருநீறு உயர்கண்டிகை கொண்டவேணி முதல் மும்மையினால் உலகாண்டனர் மூர்த்தியார்தாம். Here is a change. There are no extraordinary acts on the parts of these 2 adiyas that we are about to look at. Theirs were pretty docile acts, but mighty powerful to melt the hearts of people and to make Shiva happy. Yes, they resorted to mellifluous music, and that too in Tamil. Haven't Sambandar, Thirunavukarasar, Sundarar and Manikavasagar sung in praise of worshipping Shiva through music? For Shiva himself is a form of music. Let's now look at the hagiologies of these 2 adiyas who were experts in this divine field of music and used their expertise to worship the good Lord. Anaya Nayanar Puranam. Anayar was born in a family of cowherds called Ayar or Idayar. He lived in Thirumangalam, a village in West Malanadu of Cholanadu. He was the chief of the Ayar clan and an ardent devotee of Shiva. He always wore the sacred ash and took to service to Shiva through all 3 means: mental, vocal and physical. Manam, Vakku, Kayathal, Thondu. Along with his cowherds, he would lead the cows to the grazing field and ensure that they fed on clean grass and drank pure water. Thu naru men pul arundi virumbiya thu neerundu. They grew in number. He would categorize them into yielding cows, expecting cows, just delivered cows, young calves, and render appropriate treatment to each category. In addition to being an expert in his own family trait of cow care, he had a God-given talent in music. He brought out music that would melt anybody's heart from that apparently simple-looking hollow stick of bamboo with holes. Yes, the flute. On one day, dressed up with flowers on his head, sacred ash on his forehead, a stick in one hand and that divine flute in the other, he walked up and came under a kondrai tree. The kondrai flowers reminded him of his Lord Shiva, who wears them regularly. He became emotional and ecstatic, put the flute on his lips, and forgot himself. The floodgates of the flute opened, and captivating music flowed out. நின்றதொரு கொன்றையினை நேர் நோக்கி நின்றுருகி ஒன்றிய சிந்தையில் அன்பை உடையவர்பால் மடை திறந்தார். The holy Panchaksharam, soaked in honey-like music, poured out of his flute in so many versions with such devotional melody and rhythm that the flora and fauna of the forest seemed to have been caught in a trance of Shiva consciousness. Cows stopped chewing, calves didn't move for their milk, birds didn't fly, gods, angels, and attendants in Kailayam came down. The fighting ferocious animals stood in friendliness. On the whole, there was yogic stillness all around, except for the bone-melting music of Panchaksharam that flowed out of the magic flute of Anayar. How could music-loving Shiva then did not hear that? Of course, he did. பொற்பொதுவில் நடம்புரியும் ஐயன் தன் திருச்செவியின் அருகணையப் பெருகியது. He promptly appeared before Anayar and bade him to go to heaven just as he was and with his flute, so that he might listen to him every day in heaven. திருக்குழல் வாசனை கேட்க இன்னின்ற நிலையை நம்பால் அணைவாய். It is astounding to note the sweep and depth of Sekkizhar's knowledge of music and musical instruments. It deserves a deep study and research. திருநீலகண்ட யாழ்ப்பாணர் புராணம். திருநீலகண்ட யாழ்ப்பாணர் was from a caste that was devoted to music. He was an expert in playing lute, a stringed musical instrument called yaal. He was living in Thiru Erkathambuliyur. Another expert in music by name Madanga Sulamaniyar was his wife. They went on a pilgrimage to all holy places. En route, they reached Madurai. Tirunilaganda Yalpanar, coming as he did from a caste then considered to be lower, could not enter the temple of Alavai Annal. Yet, he stood in front of the temple and performed. The performance was so moving that Alavai Annal appeared in the dreams of his adiyas and told them to bring Panar into the sanctorum. It was done, and again Panar was rendering his soulful devotional songs sitting on the wet floor. திரிபுரம் எரித்தவாறும் தேர்மிசை நின்றவாறும் கரியினை உரித்தவாறும் காமனை காய்ந்தவாறும் பரிவினால் பாடக்கேட்ட பரமனார், the Lord the Perfectionist, commanded that a plank be given to him lest the lute might get wet and lose its quality. Tirunilaganda Yalpanar continued his pilgrimage and reached Thiruvarur. There again, the Lord of Thiruvarur gave him a special treatment by asking him to enter through northern door. வாயில் வேறு வடதிசையில் வகுப்ப புகுந்து வணங்கினார். Panar stayed in Thiruvarur, making his musical offerings to the Lord every day till he heard of Thiruஞான Sambandar. He quickly moved across to Sirgali and called on the child prodigy Sambandar. Sambandar was enchanted with the skill of Panar's playing on the lute and readily acceded to his request that he might be permitted to accompany him on the yawl when he sang in various shrines. Sambandar also let him set his compositions to music. Thus started the close friendship and affinity between the lofty orthodox Brahmin Thiruஞான Sambandar and the lowly Tirunilaganda Yalpanar, and it lasted till they both entered the holy effulgence that came out at the wedding of Thiruஞான Sambandar at Perumanam. There are a couple of incidents connected with Tirunilaganda Yalpanar which Sekkizhar has included in the hagiology of Thiruஞான Sambandar. When Sambandar and Panar reached the hometown of Pana, his people quite unwisely boasted that Sambandar's songs were enhanced only by Panar's accompaniment. Panar was terribly upset. He pleaded to Sambandar to sing a song for which he would not be able by any means to accompany with his yawl. Sambandar obliged him by singing a decad set to a special pun or raga which came to be later known as Yal Muri Pan. Panar could not follow Sambandar, and out of desperation, Panar was trying to smash his instrument against a stone pillar. அப்பதிகத்து இசை நரம்பிலிட அடங்கிற்று இல்லை. Sambandar, of course, consoled him and persuaded him to continue accompanying him. The other incident is the one in which Thiruneelanakka Nayanar, a chaste Brahmin, while playing host to Sambandar, setting aside the caste difference, requested Panar and his wife to come and sleep inside the house, and that too near the holy fire pit. Thus, Sekkizhar has brought about an integration of different castes through Saivism. before looking at the brief life sketches of two of the Nayanmars, let's take this opportunity to dwell on some of the distinguishing aspects of Sekkizhar's Periyapuranam. Sekkizhar's is not just a devotional or religious piece of work. It is also a historical record of the state of Tamil society and culture that was prevailing during the periods of the Nayanmars as well as that of Sekkizhar. Sekkizhar does not just record the social history, but also tries to bring about social reforms wherever required. He was one of the forerunners, but unfortunately less known, of several revolutionary concepts in the fields of religions, politics, society, language, etc., like Satyagraha, feminine rights, anti-sovereignty and supremacy of Tamil over Vedic language, path of devotion or love over other modes of attaining mukti, persistent hard work over other modes of living. And now about the method of worship. He advocates the simple method of singing in Tamil the praise of Shiva, Archanai Patte Aham. He prefers only that devotion to Shiva which comes with personal discipline in life. Thus, Sekkizhar's Periyapuranam is one of the greatest Tamil epics about which all of us Tamilians should not only feel proud but also try to carry and spread its fame all over the world. Let's now come back to the hagiologies and look at two of them. Thirukkurippu Thonda Nayanar Puranam. Sekkizhar himself hailed from Kundrathur in Thondainadu, the capital of which was Kanjipuram. No wonder then that Sekkizhar, when he got an opportunity to sing about his own region, made full use of that opportunity. Out of this hagiology on Thirukkurippu Thonda Nayanar, consisting of 128 verses, 110 are devoted to the episode of Parvati Devi doing penance at Kanjipuram and to the fertility and prosperity of Thondainadu in general and Kanjipuram in particular. There are barely 18 verses to portray the life of Thirukkurippu Thonda Nayanar. He was from the family of Ekaliyar or Vannar, washermen by birth. With a mind that was filled with love for Shiva, he chose the path of righteous living and became an ardent servitor of Shiva like all his forefathers. Sevviya anbudai manattar, Seelathin neri ninrar, Maiviravu kandar adi vadi thondar. He dedicated his thought, word and deed to the lotus feet of the Lord and was quick to get to know what is in the minds of Sivanadiyars and serve them accordingly. Punniya meithondar Thirukkurippu arindu Portunali Thunmayinal, he was known as Thirukkurippu Thondar. While he was washing the dirt away from the clothes of Sivanadiyar, he was also washing away his own three taints, Malam Moondrum, and also the massive dirt of rebirth, Anayavarum Perum Piraviyum. One day, Shiva came down in the guise of a poverty-stricken Sivanadiyar to confer his grace on our Thondar. He was wearing just a dirty piece of cloth on his waist in that biting winter. Karu Megamena Adukku Kandayudan Elundu Arolinar. Thirukkurippu Thondar obviously noted the man and his attire and offered to wash his waistcloth. Prompt came the reply, "Yes, it's dirty no doubt, but I can't do without it in this cold weather. However, if you can wash it, dry it, and bring it back before the sun sets, you may take it." Our Thondar promised to do that and took it away. But Adiyar warned him, if you failed to do, you would be putting this frail body to a lot of discomfort. Quite unexpectedly, or as ordained by Shiva himself, it started raining continuously. Poor Thondar could not dry the cloth and evening was rushing in. Thundar was at a loss as to what he could tell the Sivanadiyar. He couldn't keep his promise. He didn't want to face the Adiyar. Instead, he went back to the washing stone on which he smited the dirty clothes. This time also, he smote on the stone, not the dirty clothes, but his own head. Before it broke into pieces, the tender hand of the Lord, whose body bore the marks of the bangles of his concert, held his head and said, "We have now made your devotion known to all the three worlds, and may you now come over and dwell in heaven forever. மூவுலகு நின் நிலைமை அறிவித்தோம், நீயும் இனி நீடிய நம் மண்ணுலகு பிரியாது வைகுவாய்." We move on to the next Adiyar, Muruganar Puranam. Muruganar was born as a Brahmin in Tiruppugalur, one of the most fertile villages of Cholanadu. Being well versed in Vedas and Agamas, he had a mind that was melting with defectless love towards his Lord. ஞான வரம்பின் நிலை நின்றார், ஊனமின்றி நிறை அன்பால் உருகு மனத்தார். His was the service of decorating the linga with flowers and garlands. He would get up before the dawn, have a dip in the river, and pluck the flowers that are appropriate for Shiva from the trees, plants, creepers, and tanks. கோட்டு மலரும் நிலமலரும் கொடிமலரும் நீர்மலரும் பதத்தினுடன் பறித்து. He would pluck only such buds that would bloom and spread their fragrance just when they are placed on the Lord's head or body. He would then sort them into category-wise, put them into separate baskets, carry them to a secluded place, and string them into garlands of different shapes and forms. கோவை, இண்டை, தாமம், மாலை, கண்ணி, பிணையல், தொடையல். This he did it at the appropriate times of the day. ஆங்கு அப்பணிகள் ஆனவற்றுக்கு அமைத்த காலங்களில் அமைத்து தாங்கிச் சென்றார். Then he would most lovingly adorn his Lord with all these garlands and perform the puja with his tongue quietly but unceasingly repeating the Panchaksharam Om Namashivaya all the time. Thanks to this devoted service to the Lord, he had the opportunity to befriend Thirugnana Sambandamurthy Swamigal and form part of his wedding entourage that walked into the holy effulgence.
திருநாளைப் போவார் நாயனார் புராணம் அல்லது நந்தனார் புராணம். Adanur was a very fertile village in Chola kingdom. In the outskirts of this village, what is nowadays called as a slum, where dogs, poultry, cats, pigs and children cohabited. In these not so desirable surroundings dwelt a man by name Nandanar, but with very desirable qualities. He was a passionate devotee of Lord Shiva. He stayed within his own hereditary profession, but transformed it to the service of God. வருபிறப்பின் வழிவந்த அறம்புரிக் கொள்கையராய் அடித்தொண்டின் நெறி நின்றார். He covered the faces of the temple drums with the hide from dead animals and provided strings to veena and other such musical instruments with the ligaments from the same source. He was also supplying to temples korojanai, a fragrant substance taken out of the abdomen of dead cows. The other thing he did every day was to go and stand in front of the gates of temples and worship the lords therein from outside, for he, as an untouchable, was not supposed to enter the temples in those days. Yet his devotion to the Lord was no less. He would sing and dance in ecstasy even while he was physically outside the temple. திருவாயில் புறம் நின்று மெய்விரவு பேரன்பு மிகுதியினால் ஆடுதலும் அவ்வியல்பில் பாடுதலுமாய் நிகழ்வார். On one such day, when he was at the gate of the temple of Tiruppungur, Shiva, the presiding deity at Tiruppungur, desirous of letting his devotee have an obstruction-free darshan of his, graciously ordered his primordial vehicle, the bull, or Nandi, lying before him, to move aside. The bull is still today in this position. காரேரும் எயில் புன்கூர் கண்ணுதலார் திருமுன்பு போர் ஏற்றை விலங்க அருள் புரிந்தார். Nandanar was visibly happy and fully satisfied. When he turned around, he saw a shallow pit on the side of the temple. Out of serene love for his god, he decided to dig and convert this shallow pit into a temple tank. He completed this sacred job, Tirupani, and moved back to his own village. He was always having a great desire to go to the holiest of Saiva temples, Thillayambalam. He was all the time oscillating with this thought. Yet he couldn't proceed, for he thought his caste and the desired visit to Thillai did not suit each other. He would sleep over. The thought would come up again with more intensity. He would then console himself saying, Naalai poven. Tomorrow will I go there. Not just tomorrow, but days, months, and years passed, and he hadn't still gone. The day came at last when he couldn't put the thought aside any longer. He started, and when he reached the outskirts of Thillai, he prostrated and got up. He saw the flames and smoke rising from the holy yajna pits and heard the verses of Veda being recited. These surroundings, he thought, were far too divine for him, hailing from a forbidden caste, to get in. He didn't enter the holy town, but just went around the four walls of the fort in a clockwise direction. உள்ளுருகி கைதொழுதே செப்பரிய திருவெல்லை வலங்கொண்டு செல்கின்றார். This went on for some days and nights. Finally, he got tired and fell asleep, cursing his lowly birth for being the cause of his not entering the temple. இன்னல் தரும் இழிபிறவி இது தடை. The compassionate Lord appeared in his dream and told him, to get rid of this birth, dive into the fire, come out, go forward, and join the Brahmins with a thread of 3 strands on their chests. இப்பிறவி போய் நீங்க எரியினிடை நீ மூழ்கி முப்புரி நூல் மார்பருடன் முன் அணைவாய். In the same manner, the Lord appeared in the dreams of the devout Brahmins residing in Thillai and directed them to prepare the fire. They carried out the divine command, came up to Nandanar, and escorted him to the southern gate of the temple. I am redeemed, cried Nandanar, went around the fire, and with joined palms above his head, walked into the fire. Leaving his low caste body behind, he came out as a holy saint, with a sacred thread on his chest and tufted hair on his head. The gods in heaven showered flowers on him. Divine music was heard from the sky above. Everyone worshipped him and escorted him to the sanctum sanctorum of the temple of the divine dancer. They all saw him walking in, but none saw him coming out. Yes, he had reached the lotus feet of his Lord.
Sandesura Nayanar. On culmination of any festival in a temple, it is customary to take out in procession 5 deities, Panchamurtigal Thiruveedi Ula. The last of these 5 is a Shiva servitor turned into a deity, and that is Sandesurar. He was accepted by Lord Shiva as his son and the holder of his power of attorney for all transactions in the name of the Lord. On the banks of the river Manni is a small town called Seyingalur in Chola kingdom, solely inhabited by Brahmins. Yechadathan and his wife Pavitrai, a Brahmin couple living in this town, were blessed with a son. He was named Visara Sarumanar. The child learned the 4 Vedas and all that one had to learn within the age of 5, presumably due to the knowledge that was brought forward from his previous birth. Mundai arivin thodarchiinal muhikku malarin vasam pol. By 7, He was adorned with the sacred thread with all the rituals. To the surprise of everyone around him, he had mastered most of the fine arts too. This pretty young but truly great master was clear in his mind that at the end of it all were only the dancing feet of the Lord. அலகில் கலையின் பொருட்கு எல்லை ஆடும் கடலே எனக்கொண்ட செலவு மிகுந்த சிந்தையினில் தெளிந்தார் சிறிய பெருந்தகையார். On one occasion, the boy Visarasarman happened to witness a poor cow being severely beaten by the cowherd. The boy intervened and saved the cow. He pondered over all he had learnt about the unique greatness of the cow over all the other animals. It is a cow that supplies the base for the sacred ash, Thiruneeru, and what's more, the 5 sacred articles, Panchakavyam, that are used for bathing the deities. தூய திருமஞ்சனம் ஐந்தும் அளிக்கும் உரிமை சுரபிகள். The compassionate boy thought that he should take over the duty of tending the herd of cows, for it is also a form of worshipping the holy dancing feet. மன்றுள் ஆடும் சேவடிகள் வழுத்தும் நெறி ஆனதும். The herd thrived under his loving care, and the owners were mighty pleased, for the cows yielded plenty of milk. When the cows came close to him, they felt so happy that they took him for their own calves and started spurting their milk out. That evoked in the mind of the young Visarasarman a vision of the linga form of Shiva being bathed with a jet of milk from a bowl with a tiny hole at the bottom. The thought was translated into action immediately. He shaped out of the sand a linga, the holy form of Lord Shiva, and surrounded it with a temple having a tall tower and encircling walls. செங்கண் விடையார் திருமேனி மணலால் ஆக்கி சிவாலயமும் துங்கம் நீடு கோபுரம் சுற்று ஆலயமும் வகுத்து அமைத்தார். Having finished the construction of the sand temple and the installation of the presiding deity therein, he gathered fresh flowers, strung them into garlands, and collected milk from the cows that were only waiting to fill the pots. Soon, the young lad was absorbed in this ritual of bathing the linga and adorning it with the leaves and fresh garlands. However, the cows continued with their better yield of milk to their owners. This went on for quite some time. The news reached the town. Visarasarman's father was summoned by the owners of the cows. They complained bitterly about the conduct of his son. He pleaded ignorance and promised to put an end. The next morning, Echadathan, the father, followed the son without his knowledge. He was indeed shocked to see from his hiding spot the cows yielding milk and his son bathing the linga with several pots of milk so collected. The father couldn't stand it any longer. He got hold of a stick and started beating him badly till he bled profusely. Yet the boy was totally absorbed in his task, unaware of what was happening to him. The angry father lost his patience and kicked the pot of milk with his foot. That brought the boy back into this mundane world, and he soon realized that it was the foot of his own father. Even this realization did not deter him from getting hold of the stick that was transformed into an axe by the grace of the Lord and severing both the legs of the wrongful intruder. The compassionate Lord was touched by this unmatched devotion of the lad, who continued his puja as if nothing had happened. The Lord appeared with his concert before the boy, who fell at his feet. The Lord lifted him up, hugged him, and said, "You struck down your father for our sake. So after him, we are your father. நம் பொருட்டால் ஈன்ற தாதை விழ எறிந்தாய். அடுத்த தாதை இனி உனக்கு நாம். The plate in which we eat, the clothes we wear, the ornaments we put on, would all belong to you. We also confer on you the status of Sandeesan, Sandesurapadam. உண்டகலமும் உடுப்பனவும் சூடுவனவும் உனக்கு ஆக சண்டீசனும் ஆம்பதம் தந்தோம்." A number of saints like Sambandar, Sendanar, Tirumular have all sung the praise of Sandeswarar. Tilagavadiyar. Thiru was a fertile village within the state of Tirumunaipadi. There lived a noble person by name Pugalanar with his wife Madiniyar. To them was born Tilagavadiyar, a baby girl who was as beautiful and divine as Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth. Thiruanaya Tilagavadiyar Pirandar. After a few years, the couple got another child, this time a boy named Marulnikiyar. The children grew up. When Tilagavadiyar was 12 years old, her parents betrothed her to Kalippagayar, a commander in the army of Pallava king. But as luck would have it, her parents died one after the other before the wedding could take place. While the bereaved Tilagavadiyar and her young brother were slowly coming out of the grief, misfortune struck again. Her betrothed bridegroom Kalippagayar fell in a war that he had gone to wage for his king. How did Tilagavadiyar react then? Like a typical Tamil woman, of course. She said, "My father and mother betrothed me to him, so I already belong to him. I shall therefore unite my life with his departed life. எந்தையும் எம் அனையும் அவர்க்கு எனைக் கொடுக்க இசைந்தார்கள். அந்த முறையால் அவர்க்கே உரியது நான். ஆதலினால் இந்த உயிர் அவர் உயிரோடு இசைவிப்பேன்." Saying so, she was about to jump into the funeral fire. At that moment, two tender hands clasped her feet and entreated her to hold her life for his sake. She was obviously touched and changed her mind because of the compassionate desire that her brother should live. தம்பியார் உளராக வேண்டும் என வைத்த தயா. This was the great and memorable moment, for otherwise Tamil Nadu, Tamil and the world would not have gained a great poet, mystic and saint upper as he came to be known later in life. பொன் மணி நூல் தாங்காது அனைத்துயிர்க்கும் அருள் தாங்கி. Instead of wearing the sacred thali on her chest, she wore compassion for all and brought up Marulnikiyar to manhood with loving care. Marulnikiyar grew to become an expert in spiritual and secular learning. However, realizing the impermanent nature of this world, he was keen to learn and understand the different religions are pathways to God. So he approached Jainism to get to know their route to God. He grew with Jainism to become a guru, and the Jains named him Dharmasenar. Tilagavadiyar, on her part, took to ascetic life and moved away to Thiru Adigai Veeratanam, a holy place on the bank of river Kedilam. She quickly turned herself into an ardent devotee of the Shiva deity at Veeratanam and rendered with her own hands an obsessive interest befitting service to the temple and its lord. But a corner of her mind was still concerned about her brother. She prayed to her Lord, "If it is true that you do graciously rule over my life, then you ought to pull my brother out of the pit of that alien religion. என்னை ஆண்டருளும் நீராகில் அடியேன் பின் வந்தவனை ஈண்டு வினை பரசமயக் குழினின்றும் எடுத்தாள வேண்டும்." Pat came the reply in her dream, "Don't you worry, we shall take him over through colic in his stomach." Marulnikiyar, now known as Dharmasenar, suffered from acute colic, and none of the many remedies that the Jains tried could cure him. When one is in ultimate despair, he would certainly think of his kith and kin. Dharmasena was no exception. He sent word to his only kith and kin, Tilagavadiyar, to go to him. She, being a woman of stern principles, refused, but asked him to go to her. Dharmasena promptly went on to her, fell at her feet, and sought her help. She took him to Thiruveeratanam, and before entering the temple, she gave him the sacred ash, consecrating it with the mystic 5 letters, a kind of diksha, a symbolic initiation back into Saivism. திருவீரட்டம் புகுவதற்கு திருக்கையிலை குன்றுடையார் திருநீற்றை அஞ்செழுத்து ஓதிக் கொடுத்தார். The colic obviously disappeared, physically cured and spiritually redeemed. Dharmasena became Marulnikiyar and then Thirunavukarasar at the instance of the good Lord himself, and later
Appar Swamigal, as he was affectionately called by all his followers. But all this could not have happened at all had Tilagavadiyar not changed her mind and abandoned the idea of jumping into the fire. Yet, it's a mystery that the name of this gem among women devotees had not been included by Sundarar in his Tiruttonda Togai, enumerating the names of 63 Sivanadiyar. Tirunavukarasu Swamigal Puranam. Marulnikyar, in his pursuit of absolute truth, had got into Jainism and stayed in it for almost 50 years. The Jains gave him the title of Dharmasenar. Eventually, when he was suffering from an acute colic, the Jain monks could not cure him with all their mantras and medicines. Marulnikyar rushed to his sister Tilagavadiyar, who had committed herself to the service of the Lord at Tiruvadigai. She formally took him back to Saivism by giving him the sacred ash anointed with the 5 holy letters. Thiruvalan Tirunitrai Aindalithu Odik Koduttar. She took him inside the temple. Marulnikyar felt a transformation taking place within himself and felt like singing. உரை தமிழ் மாலைகள் சாத்தும் உணர்வு பெற உணர்ந்து உரைப்பார். He sang his first padiham, கூற்றாயினவாறு விலக்ககிலீர், pleading to cure him of the killer disease. The Lord of Tiruvadigai was so pleased that he called him Navukarasar, the king of tongue, or the king of words to be more precise. That was the turning point, although so late in his life. Yet immense was his determination, intense was his devotion, and total was his dedication to the service of the Lord. மனத்தோடு வாய்மையுடன் மெய்யுற்ற திருப்பணி செய்பவராய் மாறினார். He took the hoe in his hand and set about clearing the thorny bushes from the pathways of temples and cleansing the minds of people with his many mellifluous padihams. These are the padihams that we should learn, understand, assimilate, and repeat every day. And if we did, we are sure to feel the bliss within ourselves. This transformation of Dharmasenar back to Saivism and becoming Navukarasar was obviously not to the liking of the Jain monks. With the help of the Pallava king, who had also taken to Jainism, they got him arrested. But Navukarasar was unperturbed. He raised the first voice against sovereignty as far back as in the 7th century, when he sang, "We are not the subjects of anyone, nor are we afraid of death. Namarkum Gudiyallom Namanayanchom." As advised by the Jain monks, the Pallava king subjected him to several tortures. He was put into a burning lime kiln for 7 days, and he came out unscathed singing Masil Veenayum Padiham. He was given pal adisil, milk rice mixed with poison. The poison turned into Amridam, the elixir of life, when he sang Nanjamudam Yengal Nathan Adiyarke Padiham. They tried to trample him by an elephant, and he sang Sunnavan Sandanach Chandu Padiham. The elephant bent its knees, bowed before him, and turned away. The monks still persisted. They tied him to a heavy stone and threw him into the deep sea. He walked out of the sea at Tiruppadirupaliyur, singing Sotrunai Vediyan Padiham. At the end of it all, the Pallava king himself took to Saivism and built several temples for Lord Shiva. Navukarasar then set on his pilgrimage, singing and saluting the presiding deities of all the temples he visited. When he reached Tiruppannagadam, he made a special plea to have the ensigns of Shiva, the trident and the bull, sealed on his shoulders with his Ponnarna Thiruvadikku en Vinnappam Padiham. and Shiva got it done through his attendants. After visiting Thillai, he arrived at Sirgali to meet the child prodigy Sambandar. Navukarasar fell at the tender feet of Thiruஞான Sambandar, who lifted him up and said, Appare, O father. Navukarasar responded promptly saying, Adiyen, your servant. Sekkizhar describes this memorable meeting as the confluence of the two seas, the sea of grace and the sea of compassion. Appa continued his pilgrimage. He got Thiruvadi Deekshe, the Lord placing his feet on his head for removing his sins and ripening his soul at Tirunallur. He removed the snake poison and saved the son of his ardent disciple Appudi Adigal by singing Ondrugolam Vidam Tirtha Padikam. He met Sambandar again at Thirumarekkadu, and both together got the closed big doors of the temple to open, with Appa singing Pannin Ner Muriyal Padikam and Sambandar singing Saduram Maraidan Padikam to close. Appa then reached Palayarai, where the Shiva temple was hidden by the Jains. Appa sat there and made it known that he would neither move nor eat till he got the chance to see the Lord and worship him. Well, that was perhaps a seed laid for the later day fasting, Unna Nonbu, resorted to by Gandhiji and his followers. Then he set out on the most arduous task of climbing up to Kailayam to worship Shiva and his consort Shakti at their own abode. Started climbing with his feet, then with his hands, and later with his body, till he reached a point beyond which he couldn't even move. A Shiva yogi who appeared before him advised him to give up, but Appa was adamant. The yogi told him to have a dip in the pond nearby. Appa did, and got out at Thiruvayaru totally refreshed. But what happened to his wanting to see Shiva and Shakti at Kailayam? Well, the good Lord never disappoints his devotees. He gave him darshan with his concert, and Appa, in his ecstasy, sang one of the most popular padikams, Madarpirai Kanniyane. Finally, he reached Tirupumbugalur and expressed his desire to attain the lotus feet of the virtuous one. Punniya un adikke paravuhindren. And forthwith, Appa abandoned his body and for ever and ever was seated at the feet of the Great One. Annalar Sevadikil Anda Arasu Amarndirundar. This is the hagiology of Appa, who chose the path of service, Dasamarkam or Thonduvali, and who sang 312 padihams or decades with 3066 verses, which form the 4th, 5th and the 6th chronicles out of the 12 chronicles of Saivism. Appudi Adigal Nayanar. Appudi Adigal Nayanar, a devout Brahmin and a great devotee of Lord Shiva, lived in Tingalur. He had dedicated himself to the service of society at large and Sivanadiyars in particular. Having heard of Saint Tirunavukarasar's divine deeds and greatness, he became so devoted to him that he called everyone and everything around him, be they animate or inanimate, as Tirunavukarasar. But what is most surprising is that the two had never met till then. Saint Tirunavukarasar finished his worshipful visit to Periyapuranam and reached Tingalur. He was totally taken aback to see several places of charity named after him. Surprised at this unusual enthusiasm, he stopped at a sheltered water booth which had a beautifully written signboard saying Tirunavukarasar Thannir Pandal. He inquired about the person behind all such worthy places. As directed by the passers-by, he arrived at the residence of Appudi Adigalar. Appudiyar extended his cordial, customary welcome to this saintly Sivanadiyar. Tirunavukarasar expressed his happiness over the good work done by Appudiyar, but wanted to know, ஈரில் பெரும் தண்ணீர் பந்தரில் நுண்பெயர் எழுதாதே வேறொரு பேர் முன்னெழுத வேண்டிய காரணமென்? Why is it that the water booth has the name of another person instead of your own? Appudi Adigalar, although an incarnation of all good qualities, was visibly upset. How could you refer to the great saint who won over the vicious Jains and brought the king back to Saivism as another person? Who are you anyway? Asked Appudi Adigalar. When Tirunavukkarasar with all humility revealed his identity, Appudi Adigalar and his family were delighted, fell on his feet and took his blessings. They requested him to stay with them for lunch. The delicious meal with 6 different tastes was quickly made ready by his wife. She wanted a vazhai kuruthu, a fresh, tender plantain leaf, to serve the meal to the saint. The elder son, who considered it a rare opportunity given to him by his parents, ran to the garden. While he was cutting the leaf, a cobra hiding inside the tree bit the boy. Yet the boy picked up the leaf, ran to his mother and fell on her lap. The boy was dead of snake poison. Appudi Adigalar and his wife hid their grief within themselves and the body of the boy in the backyard. After everyone sat down for the meal, Tirunavukkarasar, as was customary, gave the sacred ash to all the members of the family. Missing the elder boy, the saint promptly asked, காதலால் இவர்க்கு மூத்த சேயையும் காட்டு முன்னே மேதகு பூதி சாத்த. Get the elder boy too, for me to adorn him with the worthy sacred ash. Appudi Adigalar quietly said, இப்போது இங்கு அவன் உதவான். He will be of no avail to us now. Tirunavukkarasar immediately suspected that something had gone wrong and wanted to know the whole truth. Appudi Adigalar bowed down like a true Adiyar, narrated whatever that had happened. Tirunavukkarasar was stunned at the devotion of his host. He asked them to quickly get the body of the boy before him. He sang that decade, புதுவிடம் தீர்த்த திருப்பதிகம், ஒன்றுகொலாம் அவர் சிந்தை உயர்வரை என்று தொடங்கும் பதிகம், which is even today sung by the pious to save people from poisonous bites. The boy got up as if waking up from sleep, fell on his feet, and the saint adorned him with a sacred ash. The household became happy again. In response to their affection-filled request, Tirunavukkarasar gladly stayed with him for some more days before proceeding on his pilgrimage. Appudi Adigalar is the only human being who has been sung about apart from Shiva by Tirunavukkarasar.
Here is a pair of Nayanmars, both hailing from Pandya kingdom. They are Kulachirayar and Ninrasir Nadumaranar. They belong to the 7th century AD, when Tamil Nadu, which was known for its Vedic religions, namely Saivism and Vaishnavism, came under the influence of Jainism and Buddhism. The Jain monks and the Buddhist bhikkhus of that period first attracted the people at large with the desirable aspects of Jainism and Buddhism like compassion, food for the hungry, medical care for the sickly, and help for the needy, and then, unfortunately, resorted to spreading atheism of some kind, dislike for Tamil language, culture, and music, and also hatred towards women. It was to wean the people away from these undesirable practices of the monks and bhikkhus and bring them back to Saivism that Thirugnana Sambandar in southern part and Tirunavukkarasar in northern part of Tamil Nadu were born. And they did their job admirably well to re-establish Saivism, Tamil language, culture, and music. With this quick recall of the situation prevailing then, let's now look at the first of the two Nayanmars, Kulachirayar Puranam. Kulachirayar was born in a village called Manamerkudi in Pandya kingdom. His attainments were so good that his king Nedumaran made him the chief minister. Kulachirayar was an ardent devotee of Lord Shiva and his servitors, although his king was a follower of Jainism. He unhesitatingly prostrated at the feet of those who wore the sacred ash, irrespective of their caste being high or low, and their qualities being good or bad. He always spoke sweet words, wet with compassion to everyone. ஈர நன்மொழி எய்த இசைத்துளார். He steadfastly stood by his queen Mangayarkarasiyar and helped her to get Thiruñana Sambandar to visit Madurai, to cure her husband, the king, from his acute illness, to bring him back to Saivism, to get rid of the Jain monks from Madurai, and to re-establish Saivism in Pandya kingdom. Nindrasir Nedumara Nayanar Puranam. Nedumaranar was the king of Pandya kingdom. He had a hunchback and was therefore known as Kun Pandian. He was a follower of Jainism. Yet, he had the good fortune of getting married to the daughter of Chola king Mangayarkarasiyar, a shining example for what an ideal wife should be like. He was caught in the net of the Jain monks who had gathered in thousands around the capital city of Madurai and was misleading the king and his subjects. தடுமாறு நெறியதனை தவமென்று தம்முடலை அடுமாறு செய்தொழுகு அமன் வலையில் அகப்பட்டார். His acute illness was cured, hunchback straightened, and religious faith redeemed back to Saivism by Thiruñana Sambandar, who visited Madurai in response to the request of his devoted wife Mangayarkarasiyar and his well-meaning chief minister Kulachirayar. His religious leanings apart, Sekkizhar gives a picturesque description of his valor and victory in the battle that he fought at Nelveli against the mighty invaders from North India. After his return to Saivism, he did a lot of service to Shiva and his devotees and ruled for long, proclaiming the greatness of sacred ash. திருநீற்றின் நெறிவிளங்க அரசுரிமை நெடுங்காலம் அளித்து வாழ்ந்தார். Karaikalammayar Puranam. Among the three women who have been directly listed under 63 Sivan servitors, Karaikalammayar has been rightly given the pride of place by Sekkizhar. A rich merchant by name Dhanadatthan was living in Karaikal. He had a daughter, then named Punidavadi, who was bewitchingly beautiful, pretty accomplished, and yet very pious. When she attained puberty, Il Ihava Paruvam, she was married to Paramadattan, the son of another equally rich merchant at Nagapattinam. Sekkizhar refers to this marriage as a tender peacock being united with a tough bull. Thaliradi mennagai mayilai தாதவிழ் தார் காளைக்கு கல்யாணம் செய்தார்கள். At the instance of the affectionate father of Punidavadi, Paramadattan stayed back at Karaikal itself, although in a separate house. Punidavadiyar soon proved to be an ideal housewife, a generous host to the hungry and the poor, and a sincere devotee of Lord Shiva. One day, her husband sent home 2 mangoes given to him as a gift. Later, Paramadattan returned from work and was having his full-course lunch. He asked for one of the mangoes she brought and served him. As he was always fond of good food and fruits, he asked for the second one without even thinking that his wife might love to have one. இனியதொரு பழம் இன்னும் உளது அதனை இடுக. But Punidavadiyar was obviously at a loss to get the second one, which had already been served to the hungry servitor of Shiva who had come home earlier. In despair, she thought of the ever-helpful Lord Shiva, and he obliged her. A fruit fell into her hands. She promptly took it and served to him. Finding this one lot more delicious than the previous one, he asked her, "This fruit is certainly not obtainable from all the 3 worlds. Where did you get it from anyway?" மூவுலகில் பிறர்க்கரிதால் பெற்றது வேறு எங்கு? Since the question obviously
implied a suspicion. And as it is the duty of the wife to tell the whole truth, Punithavadiyar came out with whatever that had happened. That only increased the suspicion of Paramadattan. He told her, "If that be so, get another one from your Lord." And she did, for the Lord never lets down his devotees. But the mango disappeared when she placed it on his hand. Along with that, his doubt too disappeared, but instead, a kind of fear caught him. He became totally uncomfortable with her and was looking for an opportunity to part company. He sailed away in a ship on a business trip with others. After earning plenty of wealth, he returned, but not to Karaikal, to a part in Pandiyanadu. He set up business there, got married again, and became the father of a little girl whom he reverentially named Punithavadi. Soon, the news reached Karaikal through merchants. The relatives of Punithavadiyar thought it right to take her to Paramadattan in Pandiyanadu and persuade him to live with her too. Paramadattan thought otherwise. He rushed forward with his second wife and daughter and fell at the feet of Punithavadiyar. He told her, "I am only living with your grace, and this little one, my daughter, is named after you." And to her shocked relatives, he said, "Manudam ivardam allar, narperum deivam." She is not a human being. She is the great God, and that's why I fell at her feet. You too ought to worship her. That very moment, a transformation took place within Punithavadiyar. She prayed to Lord Shiva, discarded her beautiful form and flesh that she had preserved for his sake, and got herself the form of a ghost. இவனுக்காக தாங்கிய வனப்பு நின்ற தசைப்பதி கழித்து இங்கு உன்பால் ஆங்கு நின்றார்கள் போற்றும் பேய்வடிவு அடியேனுக்கு பாங்குற வேண்டும். With this new form of a wraith, she went up to Kailayam, walking reverentially with her head and hands. She was affectionately received by the Lord and his consort as their mother. Shiva told his surprised consort, "Varum ival nammai pernum ammaygaan umaye." As desired by Punithavadiyar, she was granted the boon to be always at his feet that dance at Thiruvalangadu. Since then, she came to be known as Karaikal Ammayar. She was the composer of Arpuda Thiruvandadi, Thiruvirattai Manimalai, Ammai Mootha Thirupathigam, all of which form part of the 11th of the 12 Thirumurai. There are three methods of worship. Worship through forms, no forms, and formless forms. Uruva, Aruva, Aru Uruva Valipadugal. But all three of them have accepted worshipping Jyoti or Deepam, divine light from a lamp. That's why many people, rich as well as not so rich, have set up trusts for ensuring lighting of lamps in and out of the sanctum sanctorum of temples. We shall now look at three Nayanmars who chose this sacred service of lighting lamps in temples as the mission of their lives. But the beauty lies in the fact that all three of them chose three different fuels to light their lamps, yes, other than oil. Naminandi Adigal Puranam. Thiruvarur is the second holiest of Saivite places, next only to Thillai. One can enumerate any number of distinguishing features of this place and the Tyagesar temple thereof. Yemupperur was a village not far from Thiruvarur, and there lived a pious Brahmin by name Naminandi Adigal. He had made it a point to go to Thiruvarur every day and worship the Lord of the anthill. Sembon Putrin Manikkat Chelum Sodiyai Neerdolum Seelam. On one of those days, when sun was setting, it suddenly occurred to him that he should light numberless lamps in the temple. எண்ணில் தீபம் ஏற்றுவதற்கு எடுத்த கருத்தின் இசைந்து எழுவார்.
As it was too late to go home and get oil, he knocked at the door of one of the houses near the temple. As luck would have it, it happened to be one where a Jain family was living. Jains do not light lamps, for flies might fall on them and get burnt. Unaware of the religious following of the family, Naminandiyadigal requested for some oil to light the lamps in the temple. Pat came the reply, கையில் விளங்கு கனலுடையார் தமக்கு விளக்கு மிகை காணும். To him who has fire in his hand, lamp is superfluous. விளக்கு எரிப்பீராகில் நீரை முகந்து எரித்தல் செய்யும். If you would still want to light the lamps, do it with water. Visibly upset, Naminandiyadigal went back to the temple and prostrated before the Lord. He heard the divine voice say, abandon your worry. Fetch water from the tank nearby and light your lamps. வந்த கவலை மாற்றும். இந்த மருங்கல் குளத்து நீர் முகந்து கொடுவந்து ஏற்று. Relieved, Naminandiyadigal ran to the tank, chanted the Panchaksharam, Nadar Namam Navinriyeti, fetched a pail of water, poured some into the lamp, and lit it. Lo and behold, the lamp was burning bright, and he thus lit numberless lamps with water every day. Nadar Arulal, Thiruvilakku Neeral Erittar Nadariya. Secular also recalls one other episode of Naminandiyadigal when he was made to correct his dogma on untouchability by the Lord himself, saying that everyone born in Thiruvarur were wise in Vedas and formed part of his core. ஞான மறையோர் ஆரூரில் பிறந்தாரெல்லாம் நம் கணங்கள் காண். That takes us to the next Nayanmar in this list, Kaliya Nayanar Puranam. Thiruvattriyur is another holy Saivite sthalam, about which many have sung in praise. To name a few, Sundaramurti Swamigal, Pattinatthar, Vallalar and Tyagayar. Kaliyar hailed from a family of oil extractors in Thiruvattriyur. He became pretty rich, but was aware where it came from and why it was given to him. எல்லையில் பல்கோடி தனத்து இறைவராய் இப்படித்தாம் செல்வ நெறி பயனறிந்து. He arranged for burning rows of lamps inside and outside the temple. This sacred service went on for quite some time, but then, as ordained by the Lord, who wanted to show to the world the determination of this virtuous Adiyar, his wealth was disappearing fast. Undaunted Kaliyanar resorted to any hard work to earn money for lighting the many lamps in the temple, be it selling oil for commission, or doing manual jobs in the oil mills, or mending the bullocks driving the oil mills. Earnings were not adequate, for there were many hands trying to reach them. He sold his house, and what's worse, he was trying to sell his beloved wife too, in vain. All to buy oil for burning the lamps. Finally, he was driven to the wall without a coin. He walked into the temple, totally distressed, and when the time came on to light the lamps, he decided, Manivanna Chudarvilakku Maalil Yan Malvam. If the lamps are not going to be lit, I will die. He arranged the lamps with wicks around him and did something that no human being other than an Adiyar would do. He was cutting his throat to fill the lamp bowls with his own blood. எண்ணெய்க்கு ஈடா உடல் உதிரம் கொடு நிறைக்க. The firm hand of the Lord with a tainted throat held the hand of Kaliyanar, gave him darshan, and blessed him to be with him at heaven forever. பொற்புடைய சிவபுரியில் பொலிந்திருக்க அருள் புரிந்தார். கணம்புல்ல நாயனார் புராணம். Kanampullar hailed from the village Irukku Velur in the northern boundary of Cholanadu. He was the chieftain of the village and was very rich. Realizing that the purpose of such wealth was to spend on service, he chose to light numerous lamps in the temple. தாவாத பெருஞ்செல்வம் தலை நின்ற பயன் இது என்று ஓவாத ஒளிவிளக்கு சிவன்கோயில் உள்ளெரித்தார். But poverty struck him. He moved on to Thillai. He was selling his household things to buy oil for lighting the lamps in Thirupulichuram temple in Thillai. When he ran out of things to sell, he cut a particular type of grass known as Kanampul every day, sold it, and used the proceeds for lighting the lamps. One day he could not sell the grass, so he used the grass itself to light the lamps. But that was not adequate for the night. Kanambullar, in his devotion and determination, did something very strange. He lit his own long tuft of hair to bring light. மெய்யான அன்பு புரிவார் அடுத்த விளக்கு தம் திருமுடியை என்புருக மடுத்து எரித்தார். The compassionate Lord blessed Kanambullar with eternal bliss of being with him. All the 3 episodes go to show that these adiyars had a lofty objective and they stuck to it at any cost. And that's what turned them into Nayanmars. Thirugnana Sambandha Nayanar Puranam. In response to the penance of Sivapada Hirdayar of Sirkali, Sambandar was born as a divine child. Unlike Tirunavukarasar, who was born to set right the sins of his previous birth, and Sundarar to cleanse himself for having cast his eyes on Kamalini and Anindidayam, Sambandar was born with a mission to redeem the ancient glory of Saivism from the grips of alien religions, to put Tamil in its preeminent position, to bring the supreme truth into all music and songs, and to eradicate the misery of mankind. The first 3 chronicles of the 12 sacred chronicles Panniru Tirumureigal were sung by Sambandar. Sambandar's role in the redemption of Saivism and Tamil was so great, even within his short span of 16 years of life, that his hagiology fills almost 1/2 of Periyapuranam. The crying child of Sivapada Hirdayar became Thirugnana Sambandar after his being fed at the instance of Shiva by Mother Parvati herself with the milk drawn from her own divine breast and mixed with the gnosis of Siva. திருமுலை பொன் வள்ளத்து கரந்தருளி எண்ணறிய சிவஞானத்து இன்னமுதும் குழைத்தருளி அங்கணனார் அருள் புரிந்தார். That was the moment that gave him திருப்பெருகு சிவஞானம், supreme knowledge of Shiva, உவமையிலா கலைஞானம், matchless wisdom of art and philosophy, and உணர்வறிய மெய்ஞானம், difficult to comprehend truth absolute. Thirugnana Sambandar, thus enlightened, went on 6 pilgrimages, visiting several hundreds of Shiva temples and singing the glory of the presiding deity at every place. While the young Sambandar was quite closely associated with the aged Tirunavukarasar, or Appar as he is better known, he had also interacted with quite a few out of the 63 Nayanmar. To name a few, Mangayarkarasiyar, Nindrasir Nadumaran, Kulachirayar, Kunguliya Kalayanar, Muruganar, and Tirunila Nakkar. Yes, there too was Tirunilagandai Alpanar, who hailed from the lower caste but readily accepted by Sambandar to accompany him with his yal, a stringed musical instrument, in all his pilgrimages. Out of the 4 paths to Shiva, Sambandar's was the path of a son, Mahanmai Vali or Satbudra Markam. And now, a few out of the 15 miracles that happened when Sambandar sang his decades Padigangal. Madayil Valai Padigam. Unable to bear the sight of the tender palms of child Sambandar clapping to keep the beat of his songs, Shiva gave him a pair of golden cymbals, Putralam, at Thirukkolakka. Sadayan Yenumal Padigam. At the request of a weeping young girl, getting rid of the poison and giving life back to the young merchant at Thirumargal, Punguvidam Thirndu Ezhundu Nindran. Vasidhirave Padigam. Getting blemishless gold coin daily to feed the famine-struck poor at Thiruvili Madalai. வாட்டம் நீக்குதற்கு நித்தம் ஓர் காசு நீடும் இலகுமணி பீடத்து குணக்கும் மேற்கும் யாம் அளித்தோம். மட்டிட்ட புன்னை பதிகம்.
bringing Pumbavai back to life with flesh and body, out of the bones and ashes preserved in a pot, and accepting her not as a bride, but as a daughter. செங்கை தோற்றிட குடமுடைந்து எழுவாள் போன்று தாமரை போதவிழ்ந்து எழுந்தனள். சதுரம் மறைதான் பதிகம். Along with upper, getting the great gates of the temple at Tirumaraikadu to open and close. மந்திரமாவது நீரு பதிகம். At the instance of the Queen of Pandya Kingdom, Mangayarkarasiyar, and Minister Kulachirayar, curing the King Pandyan of the burning sensation all over his body with the sacred ash, winning over the Jain saints in the two tests of fire and water, Analvadam, Punalvadam, and above all, redeeming the king back to Saivism to the delight of the Queen Mangayarkarasiyar and of the people of Madurai. After completing his pilgrimage, Sambandar returned to Sirgali. His father suggested that he should get married as he had attained the prescribed age of 16. Although a little hesitant, for he knew he was not born to enjoy the married life, Sambandar agreed only to show to the world that married life is not a deterrent to reach the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. Sekkizhar then goes on to give a picturesque description of this wedding of Sambandar with the pretty daughter of Nambandar Nambi, conducted with all the rituals and ceremonies by Thiruneelanakka Nayanar at Tirunallur Perumanam or Achalpuram. Sambandar took the tender hands of the bride and went around the ceremonial holy fire. The thought that was uppermost in his mind then was, "Please do let me reach your lotus feet along with my wife. இவள் தன்னொடும் அந்தமில் சிவந்தாள் சேர்வன்." The Lord gladly gave his consent, and the fire quickly grew into an effulgence. The newlyweds, their parents, and other servitors of Shiva, and all those who were there at the wedding walked into the effulgence and reached the lotus feet of the Lord. This, in brief, is a story of the child prodigy Thiruñana Sambandha Nayanar, whose short life of 16 years was one of spotless purity, sublime wisdom, and infinite grace. Mangayarkarasiyar. Before we meet Mangayarkarasiyar, it is relevant to get to know Thiruñana Sambandar, for he had an important role in this episode. It was in the 7th century AD that parts of Tamil Nadu came under the devastating influence of Jainism and Buddhism, with consequent decline of Saivism. Sivapada Hirdayar was a devout Brahmin living with his wife Bhagavadiyar in Sirkali. They had no issue for some time. So they did penance and pleaded in their prayers to Lord Shiva to bless them with a baby boy. But the request had a peculiar objective added to it. Parasamayam niragarittu neeraakkum punai mani poon kaadalanai pera vendum. A beloved son who would destroy the very structure of alien religions and decimate them. Lord Shiva obliged, and Sambandar was born. With the divine grace of Lord Shiva and Mother Uma, Sambandar became a child saint, singing verses in praise of Lord Shiva and performing some miracles too. Mangayarkarasiyar, the beautiful princess of a Chola king and an ardent devotee of Saivism, was married to Nedumaran, the king of the Pandya kingdom, who was under the influence of Jainism. Despite such a wide gap between their faiths, Mangayarkarasiyar continued her married life with surprising tact, unstinted faith in Shiva, and the assistance from her shrewd minister Kulachirayar. But the thought of weaning the king and the kingdom away from the influence of Jainism was always uppermost in her mind. So, the moment she heard of the young saint Thiruñana Sambandha and his spiritual endeavors, she sent messengers to Vedaranyam, where Sambandar was then camping along with elderly Tirunavukkarasar. Politely turning aside the suggestion of Tirunavukkarasar, who tried to dissuade him from going on this mission, Sambandar reached Madurai, went straight to the temple, and after worshipping Angayarkanni Udanaya Alavai Annal, the presiding deities, he was resting at the Thirumadam, the rest house for such saintly people. Having come to know of the mission of Sambandar, the Jain monks instigated the king, Nedumaran, to set fire to the Thirumadam. Sambandar was unperturbed. He knew who the culprit was. So he literally ordered the flames of the fire to go back, but slowly, to the one who sent them. சைவர்வாள் மடத்து அமணர்கள் இட்ட தீத்தழல் போய் பையவே சென்று பாண்டியர்க்கு ஆக எனப் பணித்தார். Straightway, Pandian Nedumaran was seized with a burning sensation. He started howling. The palace doctors and the Jain monks tried in vain to cure him. At the polite suggestion of Mangayarkarasiyar, Sambandar was invited. Sambandar sang the decade of sacred ash, Tirunitrupadigam, and spread the ash over the king's body. The king was totally cured only by Sambandar. The Jains lost the battle. Yet they would not accept defeat. They wanted Sambandar to do Analvadam and Punalvadam with them. They lost in these two tests too, and had to finally die on the impaling stake. Much to the delight of Mangayarkarasiyar and the minister Kulachirayar, King Nedumaran not only came back to Saivism, but also did a lot to spread Saivism during the rest of his long, illustrious life. This is the story of Mangayarkarasiyar, whom secular call the special queen among women, our deity, the distinguished daughter of Chola king, and the divine woman who got rid of the guilt of the Pandya kingdom. மங்கையர்க்கு தனியரசு எங்கள் தெய்வம் வளவர் திருக்குல கொழுந்து தென்னவர்க்கு பழிதீர்த்த தெய்வ பாவை.
Tirumula Nayanar Puranam. The very mention of the name Tirumula brings to our mind one of his immortal lines, Ondre Kulam Uruvane Devan. This striking global concept that integrates the splintered mankind into one single race and gives it a single God is obviously born out of deep thinking and intense love for mankind. Learned Avayar, philosophic Thayumanavar, and ever so many seekers of truth and God have sung in praise of Tirumular's Tirumandiramalai, the great work on Saiva Siddhanta. Tirumular has integrated in his Tirumandiramalai Vedas, the general scriptures, with Agamas, the special scriptures, both given to mankind by the good Lord himself. His rendering is generally simple, but at times tends to be extremely intriguing. While Thirukkural, the reference work that paved the pathway to a perfect life, consists of three parts: righteousness, wealth, and love. Tirumandiram consists of all the four parts. In addition to these three, it includes the fourth part, Mukti or Veedu, that graces those who have successfully lived their lives in accordance with the first three. Tirumandiramalai, like Thirukkural, tells us how to lead a near-perfect life. It also describes in detail in its 9 chapters the 3 different ways of worship. Mandiram, the sacred word of worship; Tandiram, the mystical mode of worship; and Yandiram, the esoteric symbol of worship, as well as the 4 spiritual pathways to God: Sariyai, service; Kiriyai, rituals; Yogam, meditation; and Jnanam, spiritual wisdom. While Tirumular transcends from mundane, simple expressions on life, truth, and the Supreme Being, to highly metaphysical, difficult to comprehend enunciations, there are several aphorisms or profound sayings culled out from them and quoted repeatedly by poets and people. Here are a few of them. Anbe Sivam. Love indeed is God. Yan betra inbam peruga ivvayagam. This bliss I gain, may this world also get. Udambar ariyin, uyirar arivar. If the body decays, the life too would. Arkum idumin avar ivar endru ennanmin. Give to everyone. Do not discriminate between people. We shall now look at the hagiology of Tirumular as sketched out by Sekkizhar. Tirumular had reached the Godhead requiring no rebirth. He was one of the yogis who had the grace of Nandi, the chamberlain of Shiva in Kailayam, and had accomplished the 8 siddhis or yogic paths. Nandi Thiruvarul Petra Nayanmare yogigal oruvar. Yet, out of his own volition, an eagerness to call on his friend Agasthyar, the short sage of Podigai Hills, Kurumunival Utra oru kenmayinal, he descended down. En route, he visited several holy places and reached Tiruvavadurai. At the outskirts was a village called Sattanur. It was dusk. He saw a herd of sorrowful cows around the dead body of their cowherd Moolan. Penavarum Kokulangal Puninadikkarai Puravil Pulambuvana Edirgandar. Out of compassion, he took a momentary decision to abandon his body in a safe place and enter the body of Moolan. Soon, Moolan's body became alive to the delight of the cows around. He took them to the village back. The waiting wife of Moolan was disappointed when he willfully turned away from her. She appealed to the elders of the village. After a short dialogue with him, they reported to her that he had totally transformed into an ascetic. Sitta viharpam kalaindu telinda sivayogathil vaitta karuttinar. Tirumular went back to the grazing field in search of his own body, but it had disappeared. Tirumular took it that it was the will of Shiva that he should stay back and render in Tamil the sacred agamas given by Shiva himself. Tannilavu Arsadayar Tamtanda Agama Purulai Mannin Misai Tirumular Vakinal Tamil Vaguppa Yena Unarndar. He sat in meditation under a sacred peepal tree in Tiruvavadurai. Thus, Tirumular is said to have lived for over 3,000 years and coming out of his trance once in a year to compose one verse of his magnum opus Tirumandira Malai, consisting of 3,000 and odd verses. Munniya Appurul Mali Tamil Muvayiram Satti Manniya Muvayirattandu Ippuvimel Mahilndirundar. Out of 12 Tirumurais, Tirumular's Tirumandiram has been included as the 10th Tirumurai. Thandiyadigal Puranam. In order to do effective service to the Lord and His servitors, it is not absolutely essential that one should possess good physique, above average capabilities, and supportive circumstances. The primary requisites are only devotion and determination. Once one has these two, even a disabled or handicapped person can do noticeable service and rise to the level of a Nayanmar. It is said that disabled people are differently enabled people. A valid proof of this statement is right here in this episode of Thandiyadigal. Thanks to the good deeds done by him in his previous birth, Thandiyadigal was born in Thiruvarur. Thiruvarur pirakkum perumai tavamudayar. Yet, he was born blind, as if, for the sake of getting a better spiritual sight, he had renunciated his external sight. அகநோக்கும் குறிப்பே அன்றி புறநோக்கும் கண்ட உணர்வு துறந்தாற்போல் பிறந்த பொழுதே கண் காணார். Despite his handicap, he would diligently go to the temple every day to worship Tyagesar and to render some service there. During his period, there were many Jains in Thiruvarur. They had encroached all the 4 banks of the temple tank Kamalalayam. Its size was therefore progressively getting reduced. Thandiyadigal was unhappy. He decided to compensate the loss of width of the tank by increasing its depth. இங்கு நான் இக்குளம் பெருக கல்ல வேண்டும். He groped his way to the center of the tank and erected a pole there. He tied one end of a rope to that pole and the other end to another pole planted on the bank. Having made his guided pathway ready, he went in, dug out and brought out the mud, chanting the Panchaksharam all the time. The process of deepening the tank was thus on, but much to the dislike of the Jains around. They objected to it vehemently, and after some exchange of harsh words, Thandiyadigal threw a challenge at them. If, by God's grace, I get my sight and you guys lose yours, what would you do? Nilla nilayir உணர்வின்றி நும் கண் குருடாய் என் கண் உலகமெல்லாம் காண்பால் யான் கண்டால் என் செய்வீர். They said they would leave Thiruvarur en bloc. இவ்வூரில் நாங்கள் பின்ன இருக்கிறோம். Thandiyadigal went to the temple, prayed for redress, returned to his mutt and slept off. The Lord appeared in his dream and said, "Shed your worries. You will get your sight back while the Jains would lose theirs." The Lord didn't stop at that. He informed the king too in his dream. The king called both parties in the morning, and after listening to their cases, he asked Thandiyadigal to prove his point. Thandiyadigal walked into the tank, chanted the Panchaksharam, dipped in, and came out of water with eyes that had regained their sights. தொழுது புனல் மேல் எழும் தொண்டர் தூய மலர் கண் பெற்று எழுந்தார். The gods in heaven filled the streets of Thiruvarur with flowers that fell from their abode. The blinded Jains left town. Thandiyadigal continued his service to the Lord till he was called back to heaven. It would indeed be most fitting and relevant that whenever a new tank is dug or an old one renovated, the unique service of Thandiyadigal in this regard is brought to the notice of the people. Gananadar Puranam. We shall now look at a brief hagiology of another Nayanmar, Gananadar, in Sirgali, the birthplace of Thiruñana Sambandar. He dedicated himself to doing the daily pujas to Thoniyappar. In addition, he also engaged himself in teaching and training youngsters who went to him voluntarily in the sacred services to be done in a temple, like maintaining a flower garden, Nandana Pani Saibavar, gathering of right flower bunches, Narum Tunar Malar Koivor, stringing flowers into garlands, Pal Malar Tudai Punaibavar, fetching water and other materials for bathing the Lord, Konar Thirumanjana Panikkulor, Alahittu Thirumelukku Amaipporgal, lighting of numerous lamps, Ellayil Vilakkerippavar, copying and reading of Thirumurais, Thirumurai Eluduvor Vasippor. With this sacred project, Gananadar trained a large band of devoted servants to the Lord, led a quiet, righteous life, worshipped the lotus feet of Thiruñana Sambandar every day, and excelled himself in the art of bringing delight to the devotees who came in flocks to Thoniyappar temple, till he was called upon by the Lord to head the attendants or gauls or Kanangal in heaven, and thus getting his name Gananadar. We shall now look at the hagiologies of a group of 3 Nayanmars who, also like others, did extraordinary deeds, செயற்கரிய செயல்கள், but quite different ones, முற்றிலும் மாறுபட்ட செயல்கள். As for the good Lord, what's important for him is certainly not the deed by itself, but the sincere devotion or bhakti behind the deed. So even with these deeds that appear to be different to us mortals, these adiyars have become Nayanmars. Sakya Nayanar Puranam. Sakyar hailed from a farmer's family in Tiruchangamangai near Kanjipuram. He was God-fearing and compassionate. He had developed an inquiring mind. He was looking for a path to get rid of the cycle of birth and death. நீளாது பிறந்திறக்கும் நிலை ஒளிவேன் என நினைப்பார். He went to Kanjipuram for improving his spiritual knowledge further. In the process, he became a Buddhist, started donning the robes of a Buddhist monk, and also came to be known as Chakyar, the name used for Buddhists then. After assimilating all about Buddhism, he was convinced that among all paths, it is only Saivism that recognizes all the four constituents of a full religion, namely the deed, the doer, the results of the deed, and the one who brings the results on to the doer. செய்வினையும் செய்வானும் அதன் பயனும் சேர்ப்பானும் மெய்வகையால் நான்கும் விதித்த பொருள் எனக்கொண்டே இவ்வியல்பு சைவநெறி அல்லவற்றுக்கு இல்லை. He also came to the conclusion that the ultimate supreme being was only Siva. Having attained this elevated state of mind, he decided that his dress or any external symbols were not important anymore as long as he does not forget the lotus feet of Lord Shiva. So, he did not change his appurtenance at all. எந்நிலையில் நின்றாலும் எக்கோலம் கொண்டாலும் மன்னிய சீர் சங்கரந்தாள் மறவாமை பொருள். He made it a point to have his meal for the day only after paying his obeisance to a Shivalingam, which is the symbol of Shiva representing what is seen and not seen. காணாத அறிவினுக்கும் உருவினுக்கும் காரணமாய் நீள் நாகம் அணிந்தார்க்கு நிகழ்குறியாம் சிவலிங்கம். When he saw a Sivalingam for the first time after his enlightenment, he became so ecstatic that he instinctively picked up a stone as if it was a flower and threw it on the linga. The next day, when he saw the linga, the thought of what he did the previous day flashed in his mind. He took it. That was the impulse given to him by Shiva himself. So he repeated the act. This went on for some time, and Shiva too delightfully accepted it as a playful act of a child. இகழ்வனவே செய்தாலும் இளம் புதல்வர்க்கு இன்பமே நிகழும் அதுபோல் அதற்கு நீள் சடையோர் தாம் மகிழ்வார். Hadn't Shiva accepted with delight the slap on his head with a slipper by Kannappar? Yes, what's important for him was that these were all acts done with pure and abiding love. அல்லாதார் கல் என்பர் அரணார்க்கு அஃது அலர் ஆம். However, on one particular day, he sat down for his meal. Then he realized that he had forgotten his daily worship of Linga. He rushed with a stone in his hand, only to see there his beloved Lord Shiva with his consort, and to be drawn by him into his supreme abode. Munayaduvar Nayanar Puranam. Munayaduvar was the chief of a farmer's family in Thirunedur in Cholanadu. He was a mercenary soldier who would wage wars on behalf of kings or chieftains who had lost their battles earlier. He was getting amply paid by them for his services. But being an ardent devotee of Shiva, he was willingly spending all such payments only for feeding Sivanadiyars. நல்லார் முனையறிந்த வளம் கொடு இறைவன் அடியார்க்கு மாறாது அளிக்கும் வாய்மையர். Sekkizhar lists out the menu for such meals given to adiyars. It consisted of rice, sugar, good ghee, vegetables, curd, milk, and fruits. All of them mixed with his own love and affection. தூய போனகமும் கண்ணல் நறுநெய் கறி தயிர் பால் கனி உள்ளுறுத்த கலந்து அளித்து மன்னும் அன்பின் நெறிபிரளா வழித்தொண்டு. This noble service, although with money got from not so desirable means, Munayaduvar continued till he was called over to heaven. Apparently, wrongful method of getting money was still acceptable to Shiva, perhaps because it was totally free from any selfish motive. Murka Nayanar Puranam. Murkar hailed from a farmer's family in Thiruverkadu village in Tondenadu. In keeping with the hereditary tradition of his family, from the time he acquired some worldly knowledge, he was convinced that adherence to the path of sacred ash is the real wealth that one could possess. அறிவு கொண்ட நாள் தொடங்கி ஆதி முதல்வர் திருநீற்றின் அடைவே பொருள். He made it a mission of his life to feed the devotees of the Lord every day at any cost and to eat only after they had eaten. அரணார் காதல் அடியார்க்கு அமுதாக்கி அமுது செய்ய கண்டு உண்ணும் நீதி முறைமை வடுவாத நியதி. He not only served sumptuous meals but also gave adiyars whatever gifts they wanted while leaving. With his gracious hospitality, the number of adiyars kept increasing day after day. In the process of this service, all his assets got sold and the money spent on such feeding. Driven against the wall, he thought of gambling that he had learnt to such perfection in his childhood. As there was no one forthcoming at Thiruverkadu, he moved on to Tirukudandai or Kumbakonam. He was playing in the gambling dens at Tirukudandai. He had a strategy. He would lose in the first couple of rounds and win all the rounds thereafter. Murchoodu தான் தோற்று முதற்பணயம் அவர் கொள்ள பிற்சூது பலமுறையும் வென்று பெரும் பொருள் ஆக்கினார். Anyone who didn't keep his oral commitment was stabbed by him, and that's how he got the name Murkar or a rowdy fellow. நற்சூதர் மூர்க்கர் எனும் பெயர் பெற்றார் நானிலத்தில். Every cent that he made in gambling was spent only to feed the adiyars, and he would himself eat only after every single adiyar had had his meal. This unique service continued till Murkar reached the lotus feet of his Lord. When Sundaramurti Swamigal wrote Tiruttondattogai, communication facilities were limited. It took a long time for news to reach from one place to another. So, although he had heard of the 60 Nayanmars that he covered in his Togai, he could hardly give any detail about them other than his single-line references. Nambi Andar Nambi, who came later, could give some details. Finally, when Sekkizhar started his work, he could travel and also use his position as the minister. Hence, he was able to gather more information than the other two. Even then, the information so collected was not much in the case of quite a few Nayanmars, and Sekkizhar on his part did not want to add anything of his own or anything that was not verified by him. As a consequence, the hagiologies of some Nayanmars were covered in very few verses. Here is a group of 4 such Nayanmars, all of them very docile by nature. From these episodes, one can realize that for an Adiyar to become a Nayanmar, it is certainly not necessary that he should have done extraordinary things, and that ordinary human beings who acted with human kindness and kept chanting the Shivanama could also become Nayanmars. Sirappuli Nayanar Puranam. Sekkizhar has covered this Nayanmar in just 6 verses. Sirappuliyar was a devout Brahmin living in Akkur, a holy village in Cholanadu and known for its presiding deity that was not separately installed, Pradishtai, but showed up on its own, Tandondri Appar or Swayambhu. Samandar has sung about the characteristic of this village. He said, "People of this village will always give something without saying no to those who go begging to them. இன்மையால் இறந்து சென்றோர்க்கு இல்லை என்னாதே ஈயும் தன்மையார்." Sirapuliyar was no exception. Feeding the adiyars without fail was his chosen mode of service. சீலராய் சாலும் ஈகை திறத்தினில் சிறந்த வீரர். He had developed this service of attending on and feeding the adiyars into a perfect art. When adiyars came, he would receive them by prostrating at their feet and diligently did 3 things every time. Looking at them with a lot of compassion, ஆதரவு பொங்க முன்னின்று, saying sweet words to them, இனியன கூறி, and feeding them with good food, நாளும் நல்லமுது ஊட்டி. This done, he would send them back with a lot of gifts too. Sirapuliyar continued this sacred service of feeding adiyars, chanting the Panchaksharam, and tending the holy fire in his house till he reached the lotus feet of the Lord. Idangali Nayanar Puranam. Idangaliyar, a descendant from the clan of Aditya Cholan, lived in Kodumbalur, the capital of Konadu, said to have existed then in the present Pudukkottai district. Idangaliyar was a chieftain of that small state. He was yet another adiyar who was devoted to Shiva and his servitors and engaged in the sacred service of feeding the adiyars. One day, he found to his dismay that there was no paddy to feed an adiyar who came to his house. Left with no alternative, he rushed in the midnight to the agriculture treasure house of the king. While he was removing paddy from one of the ricks, he was caught red-handed by the night guards. Understandably, he was produced before the king. Idangaliyar narrated how his mission of feeding the adiyar was hindered and he was driven to do this undesirable act. அத்தன் அடியாரை யான் அமுது செய்விப்பது முட்ட இத்தகைமை செய்தேன். To the surprise of everyone, the king's reaction was quite different. The king freed him and said, "He is my treasure house. இவரன்றோ பண்டாரம் எனக்கு." He didn't stop at that. He got it declared that both his granaries and coffers be thrown open to people for the purpose of feeding the devotees of God. Pugalthunai Nayanar Puranam. This is the episode of another docile but determined adiyar in the service of Shiva, Pugalthunayar. He was a pious Brahmin belonging to a place called Seruviliputtur. He took to doing daily puja to Shiva in the temple as prescribed in Vedas and Agamas. Tavattale Tattvathin Valipaduvar. Poverty struck the village. Poor Brahmin was hungry, yet he wouldn't give up his puja to the Lord. While he was trying to bathe the Lord with a water pot on his shoulder, he was so emaciated and exhausted that he couldn't bear the weight of the pot with water. He fell on the head of the Lord and slept off. கோல நிறை புனல்தாங்கு குடம் தாங்க மாட்டாமை ஆலமணி கண்டத்தார் முடிமீது வீழ்ந்து அயர்வார். The Lord told him in his dream that he would leave a gold coin every day till the village gets out of this shortage of food. அருந்து உணவு மங்கிய நாள் கழிவளவும் வைப்பது நித்தமும் ஒரு காசு எங்கு உனக்கு. Pugalthunayar then continued his devoted service to the Lord till he reached his lotus feet. Nesa Nayanar Puranam. Sekkizhar has sung the hagiology of Nesar in just 5 verses. Nesar hailed from a family of weavers who were said to have come from Kambili, a place in Bellary district. It is also said that he belonged to a weaver's place called Kurenadu near Mayiladurai, where deities brought from Kambili have been installed and even now being worshipped by the weavers, Saliyar Kulattar. Nesar devoted his thought to the flowery feet of Shiva. Manathin Seigai Aranadi Podukku Aki. His word to the sacred 5 letters வாக்கின் செய்கையை உயர்ந்த அஞ்செழுத்துக்கு ஆக்கி, and his deed to the service of Shiva's servitors, கைத்தொழிலின் செய்கை தம்பிரான் அடியார்க்கு ஆக்கி. His was a simple but strange service. He wove dhoti and kovanam, the strip of cloth that went beneath the loins, a forelap generally worn by all adiyars. He gladly distributed these dhotis and the forelaps to the adiyars free of cost. உடையோடு நல்ல கீழும் ஒப்பில் கோவணம் நெய்து விடையவர் அடியார் வந்து வேண்டுமாறு ஈயும். Along with this sacred service, Nayanmar continued to worship the Lord and reached his lotus feet.
Siruthunda Nayanar Puranam. This is the hagiology of a Shiva servitor who was made to do an awesome job in an epic that speaks of love and compassion all the time. Why did, of all people, Shiva himself made him do that job? Let's listen to the whole episode and find it out for ourselves. Paranjodiyar, a person pretty accomplished in Ayurveda, Sanskrit and martial arts, was the commander-in-chief of Narasimha Pallavan's army. After his remarkably successful run of victories in wars, and more particularly his resounding victory in the Battle of Vadapi, the surprised king learnt about his total attachment to the lotus feet of Shiva. உள்ள நிறை கலைத்துறைகள் ஒழிவின்றி பயின்றவற்றால் தெள்ளி வடித்து அறிந்த பொருள் சிவன்கழலில் செறிவு. The king promptly gave him a lot of wealth and released him from his service commission to Shiva's service commission. தம்பிரான் திருத்தொண்டர் எனக்கேட்ட தார்வேந்தன் நிறைந்த நிதி குவைகளுடன் நீடு விருத்திகள் அளித்து செம்மை நெறி திருத்தொண்டு செய்யும் என விடை கொடுத்தார். Paranjodiyar returned to his village Tiruchengattangudi in Chola kingdom. In order to make his service to the Sivanadiyar more meaningful and complete, he got married to one of the most understanding and accommodative among women, Thiruvangattu Nangai. Paranjodiyar made it a point to feed a Sivanadiyar every day before he ate. Thiruvamudu munnootti pin unnum nirai. He also took great care of the Shiva devotees, yet he would so humbly bow before them that they started calling him a small devotee, Siru Tondar. Their happy married life was soon blessed with a son. மனையரத்தின் வேறாக விளங்கும் சீராள தேவர் எனும் திருமைந்தர் அவதரித்தார். In order to make what's to follow more touching, Sekkizhar has used all his poetic skills to describe the birth of the baby, its growth into a child, and his being put into school. Then came the test, an awful one at that. Having heard of the unique service of Siruthundar, Shiva decided to see for himself and came down to Tiruchengattangudi in the guise of a Bhairava, a ferocious sect in Saivism. Knocked at the door of Paranjodiyar's. Finding that there were only the servant maid Sandanathadi and Thiruvangattu Nangai, he went away to the temple Ganabadiswaram, for he would not enter a house in which only women were around. Madarar Thamirunda Idavahayil Tanibuhudavum. Sekkizhar could not have brought out the finesse of Tamil culture in any better manner. Paranjodiyar, who went in search of a Sivanadiyar for the day, returned home empty-handed. But on being told of the surprising visit of the Bhairava, he rushed back to the temple. Bhairava received him with the question, "Are you the great small devotee? Neero periya Siruthundar?" He replied with all humility, "Yes, that's how the compassionate people here call me." He then invited him for lunch. Bhairava straightway tickled the ego of the former commander of the king's army, saying, "Yes, I came just for that, but you cannot manage to feed me." "There is nothing impossible for me," said Paranjodiyar, and requested him to detail out the ghastly menu for his half-yearly lunch. Well then, here it is. The only son of a couple, less than 5 years of age, with a blemishless body, to be held by the mother, carved by the father, and cooked without any ill feeling in mind. ஒரு குடிக்கு நல்ல சிறுவன் ஒரு மகனை தாதை அறிய தாய்பிடிக்கும் பொழுதில் தம்மில் மனம் உவந்தே ஏதமின்றி அமைத்த கரியாம் யாம் உண்பது. Having already got into a point of no return, prompted by his ego, Sirithundar moved fast, rushed back home, spoke to his understanding wife, who did not hesitate either, went to the school and brought the poor kid home. His wife gave him a bath and dressed him up. Then came the touching moment. He bent his head to give a kiss to the boy, but pulled back, for the sanctity of the Sivanadiyar's food should not be polluted. Muttam Tamunnar. They took the boy to a place at the back and quite unhesitatingly did the job, set the head aside and cooked the rest. The meal was ready. Paranjodhiyar went to the temple and brought the Bhairavar home for lunch. The wife served and Bhairavar asked if everything has been cooked as he wanted. The hesitant wife said, "Yes, please, except for the head, for it is generally not eaten." No, we do eat that too. Sirithundar and his wife were at a fix. To their rescue, the thoughtful servant maid Sandanathadi brought the head dish which she had cooked separately, anticipating that this quixotic Bhairavar might ask for it. That was served too. Bhairavar then said, "We do not eat all by ourselves. Ingu namakku thani unna onnadu. Get another devotee to keep me company." Since Sirithundar had already failed in that attempt of finding a devotee, offered himself, for he also wore the sacred ash every day. Bhairavar nodded and Sirithundar sat. Just to avoid any further queries, Sirithundar took a handful of food, and when he was about to put it into his mouth, the stern hand of Bhairavar held it and stopped him, saying, "Here I am sitting patiently even after fasting for 6 months, and what's the hurry for you who eat every day to eat before me? Soru naalum unbir mun unbadu yen." Incidentally, look at the mercy of the Lord. He didn't want his devotees' vow that he would not eat before feeding the adiyar to be broken at any time. Anyway, Bhairavar's tyranny continued. He wanted to get their son too, if they had any. Sirithundar said, he wouldn't be of any use then. Ippodu udavan avan. Bhairavar was insistent. "We will eat only if he comes. Call him with earnestness. Naam ingu unbadu avan vandal, naadi alayum." There was a message for them in this statement. The parents went out to the street and called for the boy. With the grace of Lord, Siraladevan came running as if he was coming from school. Paramar Arolal பள்ளியினின்று ஓடி வருவான் போல வந்தான். The relieved parents picked him up, hugged him and rushed into the house. But the Bhairavar and all the curry that they had cooked had disappeared. They came out again searching for their divine guest. Shiva appeared on the skies with his consort, Uma, and with the son of Saravanam, Saravanathu Thanayarodum, as a very special case in Somaskanda form. That is, Shiva plus Uma plus Skanda form. And took away Sirithundar, his dutiful wife Thiruvengattu Nangai, his son Siraladevan, and the clever loyal servant maid Sandanathadi to heaven. என்றும் பிரியாதே இறைஞ்சி இருக்க உடன்கொண்டு ஏகுகிறார்.
Here we have a group of 3 Nayanmars, Kotpuliyar, Kootruvar, Kariyar. Kotpuli Nayanar Puranam. Kotpuliyar was an army commander at Nattiyathankudi in Solanadu. He used the liberal remuneration he received from the king for buying heaps of paddy to prepare the holy food offerings to Shiva in various temples. Pingahirdam கோயில் துறும் திருவமுதின் படிபெருக சென்னல் மலை குவடாகச் செய்து வரும் திருப்பணி. Once, when he was called upon by the king to lead an army to a distant place, he collected the paddy required by the temples during his absence and sealed it safely in a place. He told all his relatives and servants, firmly but politely, "This is meant for my Lord. Anyone who even thinks about touching them will be punished." As luck would have it, after his departure, the village was struck by a severe famine. Left with no alternative, his relatives used up the paddy to feed themselves, thinking that they could always replace it later. குற்றமற பின் கொடுப்பாம் என கூடு குலைத்து அழித்தார். Kotpuliyar on his return was shocked. He sent for all his people to assemble in his house in the pretext of giving them worthy gifts. Once everyone was in, he killed all of them mercilessly. வல்ல ஆணை மறுத்து அமுதுபடி அழித்த மரக்கிளையை கொல்லாதே விடுவேனா? When the watchman lifted up a baby and said that the poor one hadn't even touched the paddy, Kotpuliyar promptly tossed it up, saying, "But it had drunk the milk from its mother who had eaten," and received it back on his sword, which cut the baby into 2 halves. A ghastly scene, no doubt. Even the compassionate Lord couldn't perhaps bear it any longer. He appeared before Kotpuliyar and said, "May you and all your relatives come and join us in heaven." நம்முடன் அணை என்று ஏவி எழுந்து அருளினார். Secular justifies the action, saying that Kotpuliyar severed only the sins committed by his relatives. தீய வினைப்பவம் துணிப்பார். This episode is a lesson for everyone not to misappropriate properties meant for temples, even temporarily. Kootruva Nayanar Puranam. Kootruvar was a minor chieftain of Tirukkalandai. He was like a Kootruvan, Yama, the god of death to his enemies. In course of time, with his own valor and determination, coupled with the grace of God, he soon amassed a lot of wealth and all the 4 wings of an army, elephant corps, cavalry, chariots, and foot soldiers. Let's say every insignia of a king except for the crown. முடி ஒன்றும் ஒழிய அரசர் திருவெல்லாம் உடையராயினார். So he went to Thillai and approached the priests over there to decorate him with a crown. They politely declined, for it is done only for those of the Chembian or Chola family. Out of fear, all of them, except one family to take care of the deity and the crown, left for Cheranadu. Disappointed, Kootruvanar prayed to the dancing Lord at Thillai to place his holy feet on his head instead of the crown. அடியேன் தனக்கு முடியாக பெற்ற பேரு மலர்பாதம் பெற வேண்டும். And the ever benevolent Lord obliged him in his dream. Satisfied, Kootruvanar then spent his days and years dedicating his life to the service of Shiva at various temples till he attained his lotus feet. Kari Nayanar Puranam. Kariyar was fortunate to be born at Tirukkadavur, one of the holiest of Saivite places. Tirukkadavur is so considered because this is one of the 8 places where Shiva showed his valor. Atta Veerattanam or Ashta plus Veeram plus Sthanam. Shiva killed Yama for the sake of his young devotee Markandeya. Kalanai Kalal Kainda Idam. All the 3 authors of Devaram have sung about this place. Devara Moovar Padal Petra Sthalam. Kungaliyakalaya Nayanar was also born here. Uyyavanda Devanayanar, who authored Thirukkalitrupadiyar, was also born here. Above all, this is the place where Abhirami Bhattar lived and composed one of the most popular devotional works, Abhirami Andadi, in praise of Abhirami, the consort of Amudakadeswarar. People flock here to perform their 60th, 70th, 75th and 80th birthdays pujas to get wealth, good health and longevity. Kariyar edited and compiled Karikovai, which he took to the three Chera, Chola, Pandya kings and explained to them. All the riches that he got from them as gifts were used by him to build several temples. Sangaranar Yenidu Amarum Thanangal Palasamaitar. Leaving behind his fame in this world, he reached Kailayam with his body. Vainda Manambolum Udambum Vadakailai Malai Serndar. There have been violent adiyars, Vantondar, as well as docile adiyars, Mentondar, among the 63 adiyars. We shall now look at a group of 3 such docile adiyars. Adipatha Nayanar Puranam. Nagaipattinam is a beautiful shore town in Cholanadu that is made fertile by the river Punni or Kaveri. In this town lived a fisherman by name Adipatha. As the name denotes, he was an ardent devotee of Shiva who wears the crescent moon on his head. Punai Ilam Pirai Mudiyavar Adittondu Puriyum Vinai Vilangiya Adipatthar Ena Nihal Melor. He was the head of that group of fishermen. From among the catch from the sea every day, he would pick out the fish that would fetch the best price and leave it back into the sea, saying that it was for the Lord of dancing. Patta meengalil oru thalaimin padundorum nattamadiya nambarukkena nalir munnir vittu vandanar. This went on for weeks, months and years. It's okay throwing one fish back out of the many caught. What happens if the catch itself is just one? That set the trying period on. The fisherman caught just a single fish and Adipatthar would still leave it back into the sea. With no fish being available for sale or food, the fishermen community became poor and hungry. Yet, Adipatthar, although physically weak, happily continued his act of letting the lonely fish back into the sea. The community was obviously upset, but Adipatthar was unperturbed. In this situation, the fishermen were thrilled and happy to get in their net a fish that looked like having been made of gold and embedded with precious gems on its body. What could it be its price? Oh, even the whole world is inadequate. It was such a miraculous fish. Kanaganar chudar navamaniyal மீன் உருப்புற அமைத்து உலகு அடங்கலும் விலையாம் பான்மை அற்புதப்படியது. The fishermen happily took that rare fish to their chief, thinking that their poverty would disappear thereafter. But Adipatthar thought otherwise. Since that was the only fish that was caught that day, like all previous days, he stuck to his principle and unhesitatingly sent it back into the sea. மற்றது என்னை ஆளுடையவர்க்காம் சென்று பொற்களல் சேர். The whole world goes only after wealth. அகிலலோகமும் பொருள் முதற்றான். Yet, here was one devotee who had no attachment whatsoever to it. The good Lord was mighty pleased and appeared on the sky before his devotee. The gods in heaven showered flowers on Adipatthar. The Lord bade the devotee, who was falling on his feet, to go to heaven and be with him forever. Uruttarapati Nayanar Puranam. This is a pretty short hagiology with just 10 verses. Tiruthalayur was a village on the banks of the river Kaveri. The fertility of the village and the Vedic knowledge of the people gave to everyone fairness, justice and goodness. Avvurdan Alipana Tharumamum Nidiyum Salbum. There lived an orthodox, pious Brahmin by name Pasupatiyar. He would walk into the temple tank till the water was neck deep, stand there, and continue chanting Sri Rudram in the specified Shruti through day and night. அருமறை பயனாகிய உருத்திரம் அதனை வருமுறை பெரும் பகலும் எல்லியும் வழுவாமே பயின்றார். Now, Sri Rudram is in the center, that is the 6th sloka of the 11th Anuvaka of Yajurveda, which in turn is in the center of the 3 more popular Vedas, Rig, Yajur and Sama, for these 3 are inclusive of the 4th Atharvana Veda. In the center of Sri Rudram is the Panchaksharam Namashivaya. In the center of Panchaksharam is Siva. Thus, among all the slokas of Vedas, Sri Rudram is the most sacred and is like the pupil of the eye. Continuous chanting of such unique Sri Rudram standing in neck-deep water made Pasubadiyar almost become one with the Lord, who has Umadevi in his left. The Lord was pretty happy. ஒருமை உய்த்திட உமை இடம் மகிழ்ந்தவர் உவந்தார். With such blissful grace of the Almighty, Pasubadiyar got the name Uruttarapadiyar and reached the abode of Shiva. தீதிலா நிலை சிவபுரி எல்லையில் சேர்ந்தார். Somasimara Nayanar Puranam. Somasimara hailed from a Vedic Brahmin family in Ambar Magalam. It was his habit to worship the feet of the adiyars and feed them with choice food whenever he met them. ஏதம் புரியும் ஏயில் செற்றவர்க்கு அன்பர் வந்தால் பாதம் பணிந்து அமுதூட்டும் பண்பின் மிக்கார். He also engaged himself in performing Somayagam or Siva Velvi every day, strictly as prescribed in Vedas. ஊழின் முறைமை வழுவாது செய்தவர். He firmly believed that praising the glory of the gracious feet of the Lord was the way to reach heaven. வாழும் திறம் ஈசர் மலர் கழல் வாழ்த்தல். He also believed that the devotees of Shiva, irrespective of their nature or status, were people to be worshipped. To obtain clarity of mind, he kept chanting the Panchakshara every day. சித்தம் தெளிய சிவன் அஞ்செழுத்து ஓதும் வாய்மை நித்தம் நியமம். Having heard of the distinguished Adiyar Sundaramurti Swamigal and his proximity to Shiva, he went to Thiruvarur, befriended him, stayed with him, and worshipped him. This worship, he was convinced, was the enlightened way of winning over the 5 senses and the 6 vices and reaching heaven. He was quite right, for that devout worship of an Adiyar did take him to heaven. Most of the Nayanmars were ordinary people who had done extraordinary deeds. செயற்கரிய செயல் செய்தவர்கள். We are now about to look at 3 of them who had punished people who, according to them, had violated the Shiva traditions. Siva அபராதம் செய்தவர்கள். But then, were the punishments meted out by them commensurate with the offense committed? This is a dicey question, for the offense in such matters were not assessed by them rationally but instinctively. Generally, the punishments would apparently look totally incomprehensible to ordinary people like us. Anyway, that's how the Nayanmars reacted, and that's why perhaps they became Nayanmars. Kalikamba Nayanar Puranam. Kalikambar hailed from a business community in Tirupannakadam in Southakat district. He was a Shiva devotee himself and took upon the sacred service of feeding the Shiva devotees. Every day, along with his dutiful wife, he received them, washed their feet, seated them, and served them delicious meals with all delectable side dishes. On one such day, when he was receiving the devotees and washing their feet with water given to him by his wife, there was in the line a dismissed servant of theirs in the guise of a Sivanadiyar. The wife hesitated for a moment. காதல் மனையார் முன்பு ஏவல் செய்யாது அகன்ற தமர்போலும் என்று தேரும் பொழுது, Kalikambar looked up at his wife and concluded that her hesitation was obviously on account of the Adiyar's former state as their servant. This attitude was not acceptable to Kalikambar. He grabbed the jug out of her hand, took out his sword, and severed her hand away. வடிவாளை வாங்கி, கரகம் வாங்கி, கைதரித்து, கரகநீர் எடுத்து தாமே அவர் தாள் விளக்கினார். Quite unperturbed, he continued with the job of washing his feet, seating him, and serving the meal to all the devotees himself. Kalikambar continued this service of feeding Sivanadiyars for a long time to come, till he reached the lotus feet of his Lord. But the intriguing thing is that Sekkizhar is pretty silent about if the wife got back her hand or not, and if the Lord appeared with his consort before them and blessed them or not. Kadavargon Kalarchinga Nayanar and Seruthunai Nayanar Puranangal. Yes, we shall look at them together. Kadavargon Kalarchingan was the Pallava king. After completing and consecrating the big, beautiful Kailasanatha temple at Kanjipuram and winning many a battle in the north of India with his might coupled with the grace of God, the king went with his wives Saivite, Rangapadade and Sangha, presumably a Jain, on a pilgrimage to all the temples in his country. En route, they came to holy Thiruvarur. While Kalarchingan had gone into the temple with his ministers, the Queen Sangha was going round the periphery, appreciating the sculptures and other artifacts therein. She came near the hall where the flowers were strung into garlands. There was a fresh flower lying on the floor. She instinctively picked it up and smelt it. தூயமென் பள்ளித்தாமம் தொடுக்கு மண்டபத்தின் பாங்கர் மேயதோர் புதுப்பூ ஆங்கு விழுந்தது ஒன்று எடுத்து மோந்தார். Watching this scene was Seruthunayar, a Shiva devotee belonging to a place called Marugal Tanjavur, but engrossed in the sacred service to the Lord at Thiruvarur. He took it as an unpardonable offense to Lord Shiva. He rushed to the spot, grabbed her hair, pulled out some kind of a knife and cut off the nose of the queen, who was like Lakshmi on lotus. கதுமென ஓடிச் சென்று கருவி கைக்கொண்டு பற்றி மது மலர் திரு ஒப்பாள் தன் மூக்கினை பிடித்து வார்ந்தார். The profusely bleeding queen fell on the floor and was screaming in pain. The king, who heard the shout, hurried to the spot and queried, "Who is it that who dared to do this?" Undaunted Seruthunayar promptly came in front of the king and narrated whatever that had happened. The king was not satisfied with the punishment meted out. He drew his sword and severed the hand of the queen that picked up the flower. அக்கமல் வாச பூ தொட்டு முன்னெடுத்த கையாம் முற்பட துணிப்பது என்றார். As a mark of approval, the gods in heaven showered flowers on them. Kalarchingar and Seruthunayar continued their sacred services to the Lord till they reached his lotus feet. We shall now look at another group of 3 Nayanmars, 2 of whom have a common factor. Pusalar Nayanar Puranam. Pusalar, a devout Brahmin, was born in a fertile village called Thiruninravur in Tondenadu. He took to the service of Shiva and his servitors. அடுப்பது சிவன்பால் அன்பர்க்காம் பணி செய்தல். He didn't stop at that. Blissfully ignorant of his own limited means, he wanted to build a temple for his Lord to reside happily. மடுப்பதி வேணி ஐயர் மகிழ்ந்து உறைவதற்கு ஓர் கோயில் எடுப்பது மனத்தில் கொண்டார். He went about trying to gather the required funds, but in vain. Yet, he didn't give up. Instead of building a temple physically on earth, he decided to mentally build a temple in his own mind. நினைப்பினால் எடுக்க நேர்ந்தார். He started his imaginary building work on a very auspicious day and strictly, as prescribed in the agamas of Shiva, which deal with the building of temples and the methods of performing pujas therein. He carefully selected the site, tested the soil, collected the materials, chosen the sculptors, carpenters, and artisans, and put up proper foundations. சாதனத்தோடு தச்சர் தம்மையும் மனத்தால் தேடி ஆதரித்து ஆகமத்தால் அடிநிலை பாரித்துச் செய்தார். Then he built the temple, its boundary walls, and a tank in front, using the prescribed measuring scale. முன்னிய முழத்திற்கொண்டு செய்தார். He constructed the tower with several tiers, embellished it with sculptures, and crowned it with a pinnacle, stubi. Having successfully completed the building work, he chose an auspicious day for the formal consecration of his temple and the Shivalinga therein. மன்னும் தாபரம் சிவனுக்கு ஏற்க நாள் விதித்தார். It so happened that the Pallava king, Kadavarkon Kalarchingan, had also chosen the same day for consecrating the temple that he had built with stone, Katrali, at great cost. The omnipresent Shiva could no doubt be present at both places, but he wanted to show to the world that he would willingly opt to dwell in a temple that's built in one's own mind. So, he chose to inform the king in his dream the previous day to postpone the proposed consecration of his temple, for he had to enter the temple of Pusalar on that particular day. நின்ற ஊர் பூசல் அன்பர் நெடுதினாள் நினைந்து செய்த நன்று நீடு ஆலயத்து நாளை நாம் புகுவோம். நீ இங்கு ஒன்றிய செயலை நாளை ஒழிந்து பின் கொள்வாய். The astonished king rushed to Tirunindravur to meet this great Pusalar, who had found favor with Shiva himself. He met him, got to know the surprising details of his mental temple, and prostrated at the feet of humble Pusalar. Pusalar was simply amazed at the compassion of Shiva. He consecrated the temple and the linga at the appointed hour and continued with the daily rituals till he reached the lotus feet of his Lord. This episode is a lucid example for the immortal line of Tirumular, Ullam Perunkovil Unudambu Alayam. Vayilar Nayanar Puranam. Sekkizhar gives the short hagiology of Vayilar with just 10 verses. He describes in detail the prosperity of the shore town of Mailai or Mailapur as it is now known. While Pusalar was a devout Brahmin, Vayilar was a pious non-Brahmin. Yet, unable to forget his Lord Shiva even for a moment, Vayilar also built a temple in his own mind, installed Shiva therein as the presiding deity, and mentally performed all the rituals every day. மறவாமையால் அமைத்த மனக்கோயில் உள்ளுரித்து உற ஆதிதனை உணர்வார். His divine knowledge, ஞானம், was the lamp that he lit. His blissful joy was the water that he bathed the Lord with, and his love was the offering that he served to the Lord. உணரும் ஒளி விளக்குச் சுடரேற்றி இரவாத ஆனந்தமெனும் திருமஞ்சனமாட்டி அன்பென்னும் அமுது அமைத்து அர்ச்சனை செய்தார். Vayilar continued this love-charged internal worship of the Lord unremittingly for many a decade till he attained the sacred feet of Shiva. Nayanar Puranam. Satyar was a violent votary of Lord Shiva. He hailed from Varinjayur in Chola kingdom. His was a rare sacred service to Shiva. In the event of anyone speaking ill of any Sivanadiyar, he was daring enough to pull his tongue out with his Dandaidam, one of his weapons, and cut it off with a sharp knife. அத்தராகிய அங்கணர் அன்பரை இத்தலத்தில் இகழ்ந்து இயம்பும் உரை வைத்த நாவை வலித்து அறி சத்தியார். He performed this valorous service of protecting the honor of the servitors of Shiva and purifying the souls of the wrongdoers by punishing them, although violently, for a long time, till he reached the dancing feet of Shiva. ஐயமின்றி அரிய திருப்பணி மெய்யினால் செய்த வீரத் திருத்தொண்டர். Yes, That's the attribute Sekkizhar gives to this distinguished Adiya, who undauntedly stuck to what he accepted as his principle in life. The lives of the subjects generally follow those of the kings. Mannan evvali, makkal avvali. Hence, it is important that a king leads a near-perfect life that could be taken as a model by his subjects. If the king is God-fearing, charitable, and service-minded, his people would be too. We shall now look at the hagiologies of two such great kings who were devotees of Shiva and got listed as Nayanmars by Sundarar in his Tiruttondattogai. Kochengatchola Nayanar Puranam. Rarely does Sekkizhar narrate the pre-birth particulars of any Adiyar. This is one of the few exceptions. Sekkizhar starts with the episode of the elephant and the spider at Thiruvannaikka near Tiruchirappalli. As both of them died out of their limitless love for the linga there, the Lord blessed them both. The spider was blessed to be born as the king of Chola kingdom. சிலம்பிதனை சோழர் குலத்து வந்து முன்னுதித்த நிறையில் புவனம் காத்தளிக்க அருள் செய்தார். As prayed for by Kamalavati, the wife of Chola king Shivadevan, at the altar of Thillayambalavan, she conceived. As was preordained, the blessed spider was to be reborn. சிலம்பி குலவேந்து மகிழ் அக்கமலவதி வயிற்றில் அணிமகவாய் வந்தடைய. As the time of the delivery approached, the queen overheard that if the baby were to be born a nāழிகை or 24 minutes later, he would rule all the three worlds. உழையார் புவனம் ஒரு மூன்றும் அளிக்கும். The queen ordered her attendants to bind up her legs and hold her upside down till the right time came. She was then laid down. She delivered, and looking at the eyes of the baby that had gone red due to delayed birth, she exclaimed, "Ah, my prince, are his eyes bloodshot? Yengo Sengannano," and breathed her last. The king Shivadevan was thus blessed with a son, but bereaved of the queen. He, however, brought up the child, and after crowning him king, joined his wife and ancestors. As forecast earlier, Kochengatcholan was one of the most famous kings of Chola dynasty. Prompted by his intuition, he built a big temple complex at Thiruvannaikka. He also got several Shiva temples built along the river Kaveri and left large endowments for each of them. Chandrasekharan amarum thanangal pala samaittar. He visited Thillayambalam, stayed there for a long time, and eventually reached his lotus feet. Mevinar Thiru Thillai Vendar Thiruvadi Nilar Kīl. In this episode, it is important for us to recall and remember forever the astounding sacrifice made by the Queen Mother to make her beloved son born at the right time. ஐயடிகள் காடவர்கோன் நாயனார் புராணம். ஐயடிகள் காடவர்கோன் was a Pallava king ruling from Kanchipuram. He protected his subjects from poverty and enemies and ruled according to Saivite traditions, upholding fairness and justice at all times. Saivat Tirunariyal Arasalippar. He was well versed in both Sanskrit and Tamil languages, as well as in all arts. However, after some time, he concluded that kingship was a misery after all. Arasatchi Innal. He promptly passed it on to his son and took to full-time service to Lord Shiva and his Adiyars. Nanmai Nerit Tiruttondu Nayandalippar Ayinar. He set out on a pilgrimage, visiting, worshipping, and rendering service at the holy temples of Shiva. அண்டர்பிரான் அமர்ந்தருளும் ஆலயங்கள் ஆனவெல்லாம் கண்டு இறைஞ்சி திருத்தொண்டின் கடனேற்ற பணி செய்தார். Motivated by the love for the Lord that was pouring out from his mind, he sang a Venba, a 4-line verse in praise of the deity of each of the temples he worshipped at. Vantamirin mori venba orondra vazhittuvar. Thus he sang in all 24 verses at Thillai, Thiruvayaru, Thirukkodiga, Thiruvalaikulam, etc. The compilation of these verses is called Kshetra Thiruvenba and has been included as the 5th part of the 11th Tirumurai. His work deals with the impermanence of youth, wealth and human body, Ilamai, Selvam, Yakkai, Nilayamai, and hence stresses the importance of visiting the holy places and paying obeisance while one is still up and able. In his view, if one always thinks of the deities in those holy places in mind, sings their praise, and renders physical service, then one is sure to reach the lotus feet of the Lord and become free from being born again. After rendering this sacred service for many years, Ayyadigal Kadavargon joined the company of holy servitors under the holy feet of Shiva. மன்னு சிவலோகத்து வழி அன்பர் மருங்கு அணைந்தார். வான்முகில் வழாது பெய்க மலிவளம் சுரக்க மன்னன் கோன்முறை அரசு செய்க குறைவிலாது உயிர்கள் வாழ்க நான்மறை அறங்கள் ஓங்க நற்றவம் வேள்வி மல்க மேன்மைகள் சைவ நீதி விளங்குக உலகமெல்லாம். திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.